Radio Shack. Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Today's episode 296. We have special guest Jim Rye and BBC Chris. The show starts now.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Welcome.
Is this thing on?
Just got to push the right buttons in the right order. All right, let's see. Boy, we got a full panel today. Let's see, who do we got with us here? First up, we got Rob Inman.
Yay, welcome back, Rob.
And you're muted, Rob. He's a bit rusty on
There
this.
we go. I found it. Hey, everybody. Great to be here. Just want to express my appreciation to everything that's going on with the new show.
All right,
Oh, thank you.
Next up, Terry Stiggy
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
and Patrick Euland.
Howdy, everyone.
Did you have show and tell today?
No, not really. We have
Okay.
lots of things to see.
Let's see, Mark Overhoser.
Hey, glad to be here.
Okay, next up, we got Sloopy Malibu. All right, Ron Delvaux.
Hello. Welcome.
And yours truly, Mark B. Ken Waters.
Welcome to the show, everybody.
And next up, our guest Jim Rye, which we'll have a
Howdy,
chat
CoCo
with
Nation.
later.
I'm buzzing on caffeine and ready to go.
All right. TJB Chris.
Happy Saturday, everyone. Great. Glad to finally be here.
All right. Next up, L. Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone, and everybody should be buzzing on caffeine just to stay awake during our show. So there's a tip for you.
Got
Okay.
an IV of that stuff. Let's see. John Schaller, Bodekar.
I prefer to be buzzing off something else.
Oh,
He knows our show too
All
well,
right.
apparently. But
Just pass one of those up here. I'm just right above you.
straight up.
All right. And next
Well,
up,
thank-
we got Tim Lindner,
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show.
who on first glance, it sure looks like it's, oh, okay, it's a butterfly on the wall. I, for a minute there, thought it was ladies' undergarments.
Where your mind is.
and Tim, you look awfully tall today, might I say.
Can't it be both?
All right, let's see. David Ladd.
Why, hello everyone, and I hope you're ready for today's show. I am. Let's go over to Nick.
Nick Marentes.
Oh, after that one, I think I need my Valium. Good day, everyone.
Oh, let's see. In the chat, we got Tim Franklin, Mark Siegel, Mark Overhoser, Exile in Paradise, Terry.
60, otherwise known as Kieran, author of Extra.
Oh, Alan, AC's 8-Bit Zone, Tom Eric Gunderson. And that's the end of the screen I've got the view from.
Everything else
All
scrolled
right.
past already.
Yeah, everything else has already scrolled up off the top of the screen. All right. Well, you know what? I should have switched the title. I will. Let's see. First up today, I believe we have a meet and greet with Jim Rye.
That is correct.
Hey.
So if you want to
All
spotlight Jim, and just so we can embarrass him,
Oh, no.
Yeah, we will try to. Oh, I got to turn this off so everyone
My
can
agony.
see it.
So for those of you that watch the live Game On Challenge hosted by Sloopy and Ken, you probably noticed that Jim Rye is not only just a regular on that show, but he's actually kind of helped run things a few times and actually ran the show himself. So
Every once in a
a
while.
big thank you to Jim
Not
for
too
doing
often.
that.
Sure.
But it's nice having it a backup. So So
It's
basically,
always
the
fun.
first question I have for you is, what was the very first computer you ever used, and what was the very first computer you ever owned? And if it wasn't the CoCo in those two cases, when did you get the CoCo and why?
I think probably the first computer I ever used was my cousin's VIC-20. And then a little later, my mom got me a CoCo 1. And I'm probably going to risk getting ostracized here, but I absolutely hated it. It was
The
a
keyboard?
CoCo 1.
Was that the reason, or games? Or
That
what
was
the...
part of it. And it didn't have a decent sound chip in it, and I didn't have extended basic, but it had 16K.
That would be a big problem.
Yeah. So, of course, I looked at envy at my cousin's VIC-20 a lot until I realized certain things about it, that had less memory, a lot less memory, and an inferior microprocessor, I felt, and then much slower cassette. So there were trade-offs, I guess. But
yeah, if you had extended
using,
basic, your view might have been a bit different, because that's a big jump.
Yeah.
And like I got color basic myself, the first one I had, and I had 4K for a year almost. Once I got extended basic and 16K, it was like a whole new machine.
Oh, I don't know how you could get by on 4K, really. 4K and no extended basic. That's hard to imagine.
Yeah. Well, the first few months I didn't have a cassette, so I typed something in and left the computer on for 2 weeks and then wrote it down by hand in a book. So
that's a way to learn, I guess.
Just about zero baud. So you got in with the CoCo 1. What year was this roughly?
This would have been about 82, I think. I was in high school.
And then did you continue with the CoCo 3, or did you kind of get out of it and come back into the CoCo later? Like, how did that work?
No, I used the CoCo 1 for probably a couple of years, but as soon as I got a chance to go Commodore, I did for quite a while. I went through the Commodore 64. I got a 128, got an Amiga 500 when that came out, and an Amiga 600. So I was on it until like clinging to the bare end of Commodore. And then before I went Windows. So I didn't really get back into the CoCo until I started feeling nostalgia for it. But I had done enough of it that I did miss some things about it. I'd had an EdTASM cartridge, and I was slowly starting to learn some assembly on it. So, and I played a few games. I didn't have a lot of games for it, but I had a cartridge for, what's the one where you bounce the clown up to pop the balloons?
Oh, clowns and balloons.
Yeah. And I think it was Galactic Attack or something like that, which I enjoyed a lot, and taught Sloopy into letting me slip it into a game on challenge one time.
So do you actually own a CoCo now, or do you run everything through emulation? Or
I got a CoCo 2 and a CoCo 3. I didn't even know the CoCo 3 existed until about probably 10 years ago.
Okay.
And then I got really curious about it once I knew it was out there, and I bought one off eBay, and trying hard not to pay a lot for it and failing miserably, because it down to the last minute, of course, everybody starts getting those last minute bids in. Of course, now it's over $300. But I went
ahead. Yeah, I've been seeing them go for like a straight 128 for like $400 or $500 now on occasion on eBay. It's just
really.
I'm really hoping Pedro and some of the others that are making these duplicate motherboards can actually get them fully working, and then we need some certain chips like the Gimme X and stuff to come out. But once we can start manufacturing our own in the community, and we don't have to pay the extravagant prices, if you just want a functioning CoCo versus you're a collector. Right. Which I guess is the next question for you. Do you consider yourself more of a user, or are you more of a games player, more of a collector? And that counts both back to you in your youth and now.
Right. It's probably more for gaming, I'd say, for the CoCo especially. I never really, other than learning programming, I didn't really do much else on the CoCo. I don't recall using any of the more business oriented applications or things like that.
Okay.
But
and were you ever a hardware guy too, or are you more of the software side of things?
I like having real hardware, and I do enjoy buying the machine and setting it up every once in a while, but dragging it out a lot gets to be, I don't know, I'm a little too lazy for that, I guess.
So you never got into the soldering and making your own boards and circuits and things like mods?
No, stuff? I had to do some repairs on the CoCo 2 with the keyboard, and I put extended basic in it and expanded the RAM all the way out to 64K. I guess that's the maximum on the CoCo 2, isn't it?
Normally, there was some upgrades up past that back in the early 80s.
But yeah, I put
bank switching and stuff.
Put the chips in and snipped the capacitors and all that, and soldered the jumper. Got that working, but
then you're already beyond me. I can't solder, so.
Oh, I can't either. I just managed to get that blob on there after about 10 minutes, I think.
So since you've been involved with gaming, that seems to be your primary focus on the CoCo.
Yeah, definitely.
just off the top of your head, do you have a couple favorite or top games that you enjoy on the CoCo 1 and 2 and on the CoCo 3 level of things?
Wow, that's hard to say. I really should have thought about that because we've been through so many games with the Game On Challenge.
Or even just a recent one that really picked your fancy, like this is a good game type thing.
We were talking about Pegasus, that Joust clone that was it for the CoCo 2, I think.
Yeah,
I enjoyed that a lot. I thought that was a really good game. In fact, that's my favorite of the Joust clones on there. That one stands out, and
I think Boat would agree with you on that one.
Yeah, we were talking about that on Game On. And then I've been enjoying CoCoBon quite a bit, actually. That's a fun game. I'm really glad that there are new games out there for these machines. It's really awesome to be able to go out and get a brand new game for it and match wits with it.
Yeah, and that's a really nice one because, like you said, it's brand new and it's a new one. I mean, it's not a clone like a lot of some of the retro machines, including ours. They get a clone of a game that came out later on some other platform or something. And in that particular case, I mean, it's based on Sokoban, but there's so much extra in there. It's Sokoban on steroids is my nickname for it. But have you tried using the level editor in it, just out of curiosity?
No, I haven't tried that yet. I really need to get to that. I think we had that was part of our Game On Challenge this week, but I think I might have missed that.
Yeah, I think Ken, the deadline for that's already passed, right? For creating levels,
Yes,
as far as being officially part of the Game On Challenge. Feel free to create levels anyway.
Yeah, feel free to continue creating levels for anybody that wants to, because
I'll give that a try.
There is still a Discord page for posting them, and everybody can play them and talk about them.
And Paul really looks forward to playing levels other than the ones he designed. He's mentioned a few times, and he really enjoyed the ones by Buck. In fact, I don't even know if Paul solved Buck's second level yet. Last I heard, he still hadn't. So it's good to get revenge on him for creating all the levels in the first place.
I haven't even figured out how to get the user levels into the game.
Yeah, but you actually completed it though. Well, actually, we'll wait. We'll get to that in the Game On Challenge portion.
Yeah, geez, don't spoil the Game On Challenge, Curtis.
Sorry about that. So what prompted you to get onto CoCo Talk, then the CoCo Nation? Because you joined a while back, mainly on the Game On Challenge stuff, and you haven't been on the main panel, but you've been on the challenge quite a bit. So what prompted you to get there? I know you said you went through Sleepy to get on, but what prompted you to get on?
Yeah, I've been kind of hanging around on the edges of the show for a little over 2 years now, really. I think I stumbled across it the first time when I was looking for information about assembly language on the 6809, and I typed it into YouTube, and that there's a tutorial in there with, I think, Steve Bjork came up, and that's how I ran across Stevie's original channel. And I started watching the show from there and just really enjoyed it, and slowly started making snarky comments in the chat. And then
it's pretty well prerequisite.
Yeah. And I've enjoyed the show pretty much ever since I started watching it, as much as I make fun of it. And it's also, before that, I was starting to get into VCC a lot. And I started playing. I discovered that it had a lot of incorrect color issues. And I went online and found the source code to it and started poking around at it. And it took me a while. I'm not a great programmer, and especially don't know C++ all that well. But I went in and looking for the artifact colors, and it took me forever to find it. Going through all these, it has a million modules and files in it, and I felt embarrassed when I finally found it because there was a big comment next to it that said "Fix me." So, oh, that's what that is. Okay.
So the original author was obviously aware.
He was aware. Yeah,
You're not the first one to go there.
He had just slammed it solid blue and solid red. So it's that was why he left a "Fix me" note there, because he knew it was wrong. But I went in there and I fixed that, and I eventually went in and improved the composite colors quite a bit, which they were all way too bright and they were kind of bleeding into each other before.
Yeah.
And so I kind of pulled that back a little bit. I didn't want it to exactly match what MAME had, because it was
MAME was pretty close, and that was based on Sockmaster's algorithm. Tim, I think you can tell me if I'm correct on that.
Never been in that part of the code.
Okay. I think MAMEs are probably correct. It's just that the when you start these emulators, a lot of them start with what feels to me like a very dark green screen. I didn't want VCC to do that, so I kind of kept a little bit of the brightness in it. And
well, the thing is, if you're trying to compare with the original hardware, especially when you're dealing back with the CoCo 1 and 2 era composite style colors or RF colors, you're dealing with people with different TV sets that have different tint settings, different brightness and contrast settings. So everybody's memory is different as to what the correct one is.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's hard to agree on that. But yeah, I went in and I made a few corrections to things in there. I improved some of the P mode colors. The borders are still a work in progress. That bright green kind of comes and goes almost, it seems, randomly. I'm trying to work on that still right now. And
so you're still active in the VCC project then?
I am. Yeah, I'm in the process now of going through and I'm adding a simulation, a palette for to simulate black and white screens and green screens, which is
okay, like the P mode 4 color set 0 and 1 style things.
Well, no, I mean for a monitor, like a black and white monitor or a
okay.
monitor. It simulates that by changing the palette. But it's interesting. I was surprised it looks pretty good. I know some people grew up with little black and white TVs and things like that. So
I started with that the first year or two. I could sneak it down the big color TV downstairs once in a while. Then hockey came on. My dad would kick me off. But...
and the Radio Shack color or Radio Shack black and white TV.
Yeah. So you're obviously still doing programming on the emulator side of things, and you mentioned that you joined us and found us by trying to look up how to do 6809 assembly program. Have you done much with that since, or have you been kind of distracted with everything else?
I just was never able to get my head around assembly. I don't know why. It's
have you done any basic programming since you came back then, or like now with extended basic or super extended basic and CoCo?
I got this background running behind me. That's extended by basic programming,
but not too much. You're more of a game player at this point.
Mostly, yeah. That's really why.
And then the VCC stuff, obviously,
to check, because there are a lot of games for the CoCo. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I mean, I broke 700 on my game site just a couple months ago, and I think I'm roughly about halfway.
Wow.
From what I know.
I didn't know it was that much. Wow. And I'm impressed by how many games there are for the CoCo 3, because it wasn't really out there that long before they started not supporting it so much.
Yeah. And
of course, I guess
the best ones are the CoCo 3, obviously the ones we've had more recently, just because people have learned all the hardware tricks, and now you're seeing like transcodes that are identical to arcade games. Like it's a mini MAME at this point.
Amazes me.
Yeah, that boggles my mind when Donkey Kong by Sockmaster originally came out, and that's quite a few years ago now. That just blew everybody's minds. I remember his comment section on the YouTube video was, "You're lying. This is MAME running. This is not really running on a CoCo." And he goes, "No, here, download it. Try it. Put it on your real thing."
Which was the first transcode that was completed?
That was Donkey Kong.
It was Donkey Kong. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
because we did that for Game On one week. So that was a lot of fun. I like Donkey Kong a lot.
Yeah, and then we had a few others. Guy in Australia, Nick, you can remind me of his name there. He did like a Space Invaders, and he started working on Tutankhamun. He did some transcodes, and then Gunbuild, of course, has done a ton of them.
Mark Dougal.
Right. He even transcoded the Apple II Load Runner, I think, across, if I remember.
I think so, yeah.
He did. So,
Apple II, wow.
Well, I mean, once you get to transcoding an arcade machine, there's no reason you can't transcode another home computer 8-bit in the time. If it's something that's capable of doing, it's probably a bit hard to do something with sprite chips and real sound chips and stuff, but not impossible, obviously.
Apple II doesn't have that. So, and the 6502 is simpler than the 6809. So that should be a pretty slam dunk.
That's pretty impressive, having an 8-bit
Z80.
system emulate another 8-bit system.
That's my thought exactly. The fact that we could emulate like transcode and literally emulate the machine fully of something like Robotron or Defender just boggles my mind even now.
Yeah, really.
So CoCo 3 is something they did right.
Yeah, they did. I guess they improved the sound on it, right? It's got a better sound chip in it. So
there's still no sound chip, but they have a FIRQ timer that you can program, so you can.
Oh, is that what makes it? It always sounds better to me than the CoCo 1 and 2.
Well, you got double speed CPU, so you can jam out the sound samples twice as fast.
That
so that helps.
Okay. Gotcha.
But we always had the problem, like, how do you get the graphics to keep running smooth while you're doing sound? Normally, if you had really good sound effects to CoCo 1 2 game, the graphics stop dead because you're spending all the CPU time just doing sound. And now with a programmable timer means you can actually say every 1/4000th of a second, go do a sound sample, no matter what else you're doing, and that really helps, which I'm sure Nick and a few others can attest to.
Yep.
Now, is there any games that you've played outside of the Game On Challenge that you think should be up there because you think it's a really good game? And have you suggested any games for the challenge yourself that have been accepted?
Well, like I mentioned before, Galactic Attack was my fault. So we get that was one I was nostalgic for because it was one of the few I had as a kid. I had the cartridge for it. But I'm actually only learning about the games mostly now because of the Game On Challenge. I really haven't been exposed to that many of them.
Oh, okay.
Hey Jim, when you first started out and stuff, did you what kind of printer did you use?
I had the TP10. I enjoyed that quite a bit for some reason. I got some kind of perverse pleasure out of writing these basic programs and printing it out on this receipt paper.
And not having
it was nice and quiet.
It was quiet. Yeah, it didn't bother the parents any. When you're up at 2 o'clock in the morning.
No ink to buy. It was just thermal paper.
Oh yeah, right.
A little
Yeah, it was
expensive,
thermal. Yeah.
Yep.
Just don't leave it on the with the under the windshield in your car when you're driving around.
Yeah,
it just turns
made
black.
That mistake a couple
Burn
times.
the sun from the window.
Yeah.
Was that one 32 column?
No, it was 40, wasn't it? I remember.
I don't recall.
40, I think.
Was it 40?
I know the CGP 115, which is
one.
about the same size, though it was real pens, was 40 or 80, but that was like a vector drawing.
Yeah, I really wanted one of those, but I just never. I've even been eyeing them on eBay a couple times till it occurs to me there's no way you're going to get ink for those things. But,
yeah, I think somebody did figure out how to re-ink pens, but it's not the easiest process. I've never tried it.
I can't imagine that it works out very well.
I whittled down a pencil one time and got it in there. So
did it work?
Yeah.
Well, you could use colored pencils, I guess. That's interesting.
Yep.
I saw somebody take a Cricut pen type thing and took it apart, and they actually were able to make it work. But I don't remember who that was. I'll have to, if I find it, I'll post it.
Okay, maybe I'll buy one and see if I can get it to happen. It sounds like a recipe for disaster, though.
And of course, I've got an obligatory question I have to ask just because it's me. Have you fiddled with Nitrous 9 at all and tried some of the games under there?
I haven't tried any of the games. I have loaded Nitrous 9 just to see if I could get it running on VCC and played with it a little bit. Played with, was it Multiview? Went into that and looked at it, and I was impressed. I don't think I've seen a graphical user interface on an 8-bit machine before. That was interesting.
Yeah, there are a few like GEOS and a few others, but none of them have the preemptive multitasking and stuff. That
oh, that's right. They had GEOS for the 64, didn't they? I don't think I ever played with that. I think I played with a Windows version. Didn't they had a GEOS on? Was it Windows? Or it might have been the Amiga.
Gem.
I don't know.
I know there's Gem. There might have been GEOS, but Gem was available for the PC. One the Atari used. Yeah, the Apple II had GEOS also, but they were just basically a graphic program switcher, one program at a time.
All right. Oh, it might have been DOS that I had. Maybe it was a DOS version of it.
That's a subtle hint to Canada. We have to get at least one Nitrous 9 game on the challenge at some point in the future.
That'd be interesting. Yeah, I'd like to see some. I've never. Are they that different? I mean, it seems like it would be pretty similar.
No, they're pretty similar. Just so you can launch them from the GUI, and you can run multiple ones at once. I think the first time when I sent him a beta test of he didn't realize it was multitasking, so he'd start a game up and he'd get bored with it and hit clear, go back, fire another one. And then he sent me a message saying that he was getting memory errors, and I was trying to figure out what the heck is going on. He's getting memory errors. And then I suddenly said, try hitting clear a couple times, and then you could say, like, here's Thexter, here's Shanghai. They're all running at once. So I always like relaying that story because it's always funny because it's something that people don't expect from an 8-bit machine, that you really are multitasking.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's not something you see.
Yeah. Okay, I don't have any more questions myself off the top of my head because it's just kind of the impromptu introduction, how you got into things here. Anybody else have any questions for Jim on the panel?
Jim, did you get, what magazine did you regularly look at for CoCo?
I had Hot Cocoa and maybe a few Rainbows.
You still have them?
No, I've never been good at keeping things. So all my CoCo stuff is stuff I've gotten off eBay. I don't even have that original CoCo.
So the anti-Brian Weasler, basically.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know. I have no idea, but I just don't hold on to things except for my iPhone 8. I still have an iPhone 8.
Hey, Jim, I just would like to say thank you for doing the who's new to Discord every week. We sure appreciate you taking that over, man.
No problem. That's actually kind of fun. I enjoy doing that.
Yeah, thanks for all your contributions to the show. Actually, you've become quite active on a couple fronts.
Yeah, I'm glad to be able to participate.
It's good to see you here.
Oh, thank you. Finally made it onto the show after all this time.
Yeah, you've been on the Game On Challenge quite a bit. We've seen you there, but you haven't been on the main show yet. So
right, yeah.
He's been on the Game On Challenge more than I have.
I think he plays better too, doesn't he? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
shots fired.
Yeah,
depends on the game.
Yeah, it depends on the game.
He learned under that professional Canadian player.
Yeah, well, Ken Waters
Curtis
is
Boyle?
such a professional. So anyway, thanks for coming on the show. Obviously, for your first time, and thanks for the accepting the little brief interview. Just trying to get to know your background and stuff. So that was really awesome. Last time, for any questions from the panel here before we go on to our second guest. Going once, going twice. Okay, well, thank you, Jim. Thanks for everything you do the show. Look forward to seeing you on the Game On Challenge weekly. I get on sometimes depending on what my schedule's like.
Yep, always good to have you.
And also sometimes I get on only because it's a game I'm semi-good at and I at least have a remote chance of beating Bucko and score.
I don't think I've ever done that.
I've done it on a couple games, but that's the ones I used to be really good in my youth type thing. But yeah, the newer ones, no. And I'm getting old enough, my reaction time's going to crap.
Yeah, I hear you.
So I thought, a puzzle game, I'll finally get a chance. No, he goes and slobbers through that too. So he's a machine, as Nick Marenti says.
No one gets past him.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much, Jim. Look forward to seeing you on Game On Challenge every Thursday. At what time does that start again?
8 Eastern.
Okay, so that's a hint for everybody that you haven't watched that show yet. It's live. You can actually take part in it. Join in our Discord, which is free. And there's a new game challenge every week. And we're now doing dual game challenges, which we'll get into after the second interview. We'll get into the Game On results for the past week. So thanks again, Jim.
Thank you.
Okay.
And next up, we have TJB Chris.
Did you want to run a commercial first and then run into that?
You could. I was just going to run the two together, but
okay.
Totally up to you.
All right. You just have to reset the screens. All right. We'll bring. All right. Fine. Remove all spotlights. Now I got to find where everybody went.
You lost everyone.
I did.
Look for the Model 16 in the background. That's the easiest way to find Chris.
There he is. And I have got to figure out what's going on with Zoom. It does weird stuff when we highlight and when we share.
Yeah, plus we got that when you join the call, it's still automatically muting and shutting your camera off.
Well, we want that. Yeah, I don't think we'd be able to fix that unless we actually
Radio Shack.
Until we create a whole new meeting.
I can tell Chris is just in awe of how professional the show is and how smoothly things run.
You've seen my channel. It's you're way better off than I am.
Well, the one problem is we're doing this all live, of course, so we can't edit stuff out.
And notice he does it never live. It's all recorded.
Okay, I've got the screen set. Go ahead.
Okay, well, welcome to TJB Chris. This is your first time on the show, and we finally first met virtually at the Glenside year wrap-up. I don't know, extravaganza might be too strong a word, but gathering, and that was a lot of fun. We've been following your channel, obviously, on the show for quite a while. I know at the beginning when you first started, if I remember correctly, you didn't have comments enabled, so I always wanted to send stuff to you and comment things, and I couldn't do anything, and I had no way to get a hold of you.
Yep, you found the back door I left my channel comments on. I think that's how we first got in touch.
Yeah. That's my first question, I guess, because your channel is very interesting. It covers a lot of stuff, not just CoCo's, but other tandem machines as well. Was there a reason you had the comments shut off? Was it just because of all the spam and crap that people get? Or?
Yeah, I was fairly new to doing the YouTube thing. Other than a couple of videos I put up for I built a collision avoidance system for a child's ride-on toy. I called it Eyesight for Power Wheels. It was molded after Subaru Eyesight, and then those were the first videos I really put up with any content in them. And not being sure how I wanted to do it, and with spammy comments and some of the kind of the keyboard warrior types out there, I just figured I'd put my toes in the water and kind of go in slowly, go in the pool slowly. So over time, I finally got to the point where I thought, I'll turn this on and see how it goes. And I'm glad I did, because a lot of people interact with me that way, and I didn't really realize how much I was missing out on interacting with some of the people that watch the channel.
Yeah. I guess to go back to the first question we asked Jim here. So what was the first computer you ever used? What was the first computer you ever owned? And if neither of those was a CoCo, what prompted you to get into the CoCo?
The first computer I ever used was TI-99 4A. Actually, it was in our kindergarten class. We had the speech add-on for it, and there was a shapes cartridge. They would use it to teach shapes, and the teaching assistant used to get angry with me because I would drop it to basic all the time. And she would just get real mad at me. And so the next year they started putting in Apple IIs, and that was, the 99 didn't really do it for me, but when they put in Apple IIes, that really got my attention. And I went into hard sale mode on my parents wanting a computer. Admittedly, I asked for an Apple II, but you know, as I said in my last video, I don't have a scratch for that. So, Radio Shack was where things were. My parents the following year picked up a Color Computer 3 and a television and a CCR 81. A couple of
so you jumped in right at the CoCo 3 level.
Right to the 3. Yep. For the
okay.
3 was my first one. That was 1987. So, and that's my CoCo 3 behind me. And then,
that's your original one.
Yep. And part of the reason I kind of focus on the last video, the piecemeal part of it, is because ours was piecemeal. Every Christmas, the big gift for the family benefited me. It was a CM8 or an FD502 or some games for the color computer or whatever else we could do. So, and then,
geez, if I knew you back then, I would ask to be adopted.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I spent a lot of time on it. It was our only computer for a long time. So up until the early 90s, when I got a hold of a Model 4 out of sheer curiosity for $25, I did all my games on it, reports. That was our primary computer.
Wow. So since you were using it for, I wouldn't say professional, but for like home use, like not just gaming and stuff, what type of programs did you use for doing reports, etc.?
So we had after we got the floppy drives, disk scripts it. I'm sad to say, but it did work. It did its job. It was fine. We used that. We had a DMP 107 printer along with it. So the very low end, I think, of the Tandy printers when we got it, but it worked well. It was much better when I figured out how to change the baud rate on the stupid thing, so it wasn't printing at 600 baud. But it was mostly scripts. My parents did get color file too, and tried it once and got annoyed with the cassettes, and that was it with that. But we really mainly used it for school reports and things like that.
Did you ever upgrade to like a CoCo 3 specific word processor, like the word powers and
no? By the time that came along, we had a Tandy 1000.
Okay,
so we moved on to that. And actually, when I had the Model 4, that started to become kind of the primary machine for that kind of thing. It had a DMP 400 printer on it, and
that would have been on what year roughly? Like when the CoCo 3 was still being sold, or?
Yeah, no, the CoCo 3 was done. I got my Model 4 in 92 or 3. I got a real streak from books and other things of interest in machines that predated my hands-on. And at that point, I was really fascinated with Radio Shack computers and also still crying because they'd sold the computer division. So I got one from a friend, and that just kind of started my hoarding problem, actually, was buying that.
So what was the first Tandy 1000 level, like a piece?
It was an SX, actually. And not the one behind me here isn't my original one, but I took it because it was going to meet a dumpster. And since I wanted my SX back, I took it. But the 1000 SX was my first. I bought it from a friend for $300.
Okay. Sorry, somebody else had a question there? I kind of heard somebody in the background. Nope. Okay. So obviously you've been going with various Tandy computers. Have you got a fairly complete collection at this point of each of the models?
Yeah, I have pretty much all of the lines in here. I have a 100. I have the Model 134 line. Actually, I have one of each of those. The Model 2, the big Tandy line, where I've been spending a lot of time lately, is well represented. I've got 3 of them. And miracle of miracles, they all work. The last of the Tandy lines, I've got a couple of low profile 4825 and a 2500, 5 CoCos. The 1000 lines represented. I'm missing one in there. What's around here?
Do you have the dual processor ones like the Model 12 and 16?
Yep. I got the 16 here, and then right in front of me off camera here is 16B. So, and they both have the 68,000. They both run Xenix, and they both actually work. So, usually one of these machines is in a state of disrepair. They're a lot to keep going, but so pretty much all the lines represented. I think the only thing I don't really have, the 2000, I kind of consider its own little thing. Because it was so different with the 186, but it doesn't do enough to justify me trying to put space.
Well, the software is so limited on that one too, because it wasn't a full MS, PC compatible. It was
Right.
MS-DOS compatible, so it was a bit limited. It had some nice features for the time.
Mhm.
It was
Yep.
ahead of its time for graphics, for example, but not too much was made for it software-wise. So
Right.
it's fairly limited.
So-
Did you get into the Pocket computer line and stuff too? Or?
Not really. I kind of wanted to, but now prices are. I haven't. If I find one for the right price, I might pounce on it. Like that color computer I bought. That was just I happened on eBay the one day and stole it. But I'd like to get one of the earlier Pocket computers, but so far I haven't done it.
And have you branched out to the side Tandy projects too, like say the Videotexes or the TDP 100, which is just a rebranded?
I haven't. I almost bought a Videotex, but I haven't. I do have a VIS. The computer that put Tandy out of the business, but not right. The console, the Sega killer. I think as Frank Durda said on Usenet once. But I do have a VIS. I'm very interested in that machine because it's a neat kind of 286 set-top box, and so.
Okay. Now, unlike Jim, I think you're more into the programming side of things too, because you've done some videos on like you did the OS9 level 2 permissions and how you set up multi-user. I've seen you do some stuff on Xenix, and so do you do assembly language programming, basic programming, a mixture of all kinds, or?
More, but just a mixture. The assembly language stuff I've done mostly was the OS9 level 2 on tape was probably the biggest assembly thing I did because I had to rewrite the boot module for that, and I also wrote a disk basic side preloader to load everything up, line everything up in RAM so that the OS9 boot would function. So that was all assembly. But a lot of my playing around is basic, just kind of back and forth.
Okay.
So,
and do you do much on the hardware side? Do you do any hardware modifications or additions?
Modifications, not so much. I do a lot of repairing them. I would say my soldering skills are adequate. So I actually have yeah. So I did, like when I was growing up, I put the 512K upgrade in and did things like that, but I never really got into modding them. Now I've gotten more to repairing them and troubleshooting them. I finally caved and bought an oscilloscope, for example. But I'm more software than hardware. I'm self-taught electronics wise, so what I have to be very methodical about it so as to not make a mistake and blow something up or make it worse.
Yeah. I usually just call him Bill Noble, my local hardware guy, to do my stuff. Or if he's not available, I'll have to wait till CoCo Fest.
Yeah.
So I guess out of all the machines you've got, because you got a bit of nostalgia for the CoCo because you had that when you were younger, but you've picked up a lot of these other ones, kind of going through the history of Tandy. What is your favorite one of your collection as far as a collector, and what is your favorite one as far as using?
My favorite one as far as using is my CoCo 3. And that was mainly because I think you guys have seen my videos. I tend to lean more toward Nitrous 9 and OS 9. Yeah. I figured you'd like that. The OS 9 I kind of credit with giving me a kind of as close to Unix-like experience as I ever could have gotten with the resources I had. And kind of its modular design and interacting with that, I think really kind of informed how I think and how I approach my professional life and my expectation. When I graduated to MS-DOS, I was greatly disappointed in it because I'd already had that, So from that standpoint, the Color Computer 3, from the machines that I think I'm most kind of proud of, the Model 16A right here did not work at all when I got it. Had a lot of problems. Getting that back from the dead was an achievement. That was the first computer from a hardware standpoint, other than just redoing a keyboard, that I managed to diagnose and bring back. And I was really happy about that. That's probably my favorite machine for that reason.
Cool. That would take a lot of work too. I mean, that's a complex machine. You got a bus with 2 different CPUs and all kinds of stuff going on there. So cool.
Yep.
And obviously you like multitasking operating systems because you mentioned you use Unix on that.
Yep.
Well.
I do. Yep.
Have you fiddled around with Fusix?
I have not yet, and I really want to. So it's the project list. My marker board is an ever growing list of projects for me. And my problem is when I'm working on one, another shiny object rolls by, and I go chasing after that. So it's on my list of things to play with, among other things. But I haven't had the chance yet. I'm really interested though.
Okay, cool. I haven't used it too much myself. I know there's some diehards in our Discord channel. So if you have any questions, go on. Plus, one of the main authors is on there too. So if you want to ask the source, Alan's in there as well.
Yeah.
You one thing you started recently we just covered was you're doing a completely different style video. Most of your videos have been like how to set up a computer and maybe set up the operating system and do some cool things with it at a low level. And then now you've did this pseudo shopping network that you did as a kind of a test, as you said, to see if this was going to be popular enough, which I think it is. You can correct me if I'm wrong. What prompted that idea, and where do you plan to go with it?
Alcohol is a terrible thing. Actually, I think I've been trying to think of a way to get in front of the camera and show the collection off. But and I kind of mentioned in that I'm not terribly suited to like I call them book report videos. There's a lot of YouTube channels that do a great job of doing overviews of the machines, even the Tandy computers, aside from the ones that you don't see as much like the 16s. But I also wanted to show computers that I don't have specific projects for, because a lot of the times when you see a machine, it's because I had something get my attention and I did it, And so I figured that this would be a good way to get those on there, get me in front of the camera, kind of do a test for that, see how it would work. And I was fascinated with QVC, CVN. I don't know what this says about me, but I was.
I just remember being burned in a lot of screens in my parents' generation.
Yep. I watched the Craftsman Tool Hour as a kid, right? I loved it. Like, because the thing is, it's not about the tools. How do you turn something like a ratchet set into something that you can fawn over for 4.5 minutes, right? And that's essentially what home shopping was for all these trinkets and baubles and things. And I just thought, I think I can ham that up enough to be able to do it. So the graphics that you see are actually QVC graphics from the 90s that I stole from a YouTube video and cleaned up in Photoshop and then ran through OBS. So it was just kind of a lark. I thought it would be nice. And like I mentioned in the video, I was more, aside from computers, electronics, technology, and especially cable television, I was fascinated with. So, and I spent a lot of time watching it. So I was kind of
this kind of merges a lot of your interests all into one.
Yeah, it does. It does. And there will be more. The response to that video has been overwhelmingly positive. So more so than I think most of my videos get. So it's designed so that if I get the stones and have enough beer, I might try and do it live once. But I'm intentionally trying to figure out where to place things to see if I can do that. Because then I don't want people calling in. QVC, they used to do call-ins. And I don't know that I really want that because there's no way to really screen it. I don't call screeners. But if I had a chat going, I could respond to the chat. So,
well, you might be able to do it. Like if you approach the public and say, like, in 2 weeks, I'll be live recording, on this particular subject, then you can kind of accept emails or messages and make sure it's somebody or at least are aware of, that you're not worried they're going to Zoom bomb you or something. Yeah. You might be able to do it that way. You don't ask the questions ahead of time, but at least know the person's reputable.
Yeah. So, but no, that was a lot of fun to do. And the pictures, when I did spun it around, it completely took over the room. It was quite a project, but it was a lot of fun. So
yeah, I remember you had a really nice setup with like little cartridges and like manuals and stuff, just like they would have done on the real home shopping.
The CoCo, I did that one first because I have the most for that. So I have the manuals, I have all the boxes, the games, and I put some new stuff out. I put some Nick's games out. I put
he noticed.
I put the CoCo book out by Boise and just tried to kind of combine the old and the new.
Yeah, that was really good because it had the nostalgic feeling, and you're talking about an old computer, so obviously nostalgia is about both the home shopping network front end and the machine itself. But you did pepper it with stuff that just got released in the last year or two. So
yes, yep. Yeah, and that was part of the thing, is like sell it like it was then, but sell it like it is now, right? With the community and everyone being active and new stuff coming out. It's a really cool thing. I never thought I'd see it, especially for the color computers, and like I've been active with the machine pretty much consistently. Like I say, the OS 9 ROM, when I did that one, I bought that back in 2002, and just never used it. I can't tell you how much money I've given Ian Maverick for things for the machines, and Ed Snyder and some others, but it's been kind of a golden age lately. I feel like for all these machines, there's a lot of interest in seeing a lot of the people that built and designed and worked on them back here doing this. It's been really, really cool. And it's fun to be a small part of it in my own way. It was kind of a lark that I started doing the YouTube stuff. I just decided, I thought maybe someone out there will be interested in it, but if nobody watches, I don't care. Right.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, you can tell in how I run the channel. There's never going to be high production values in this. I don't have a Patreon. I don't do any of that.
That's why you fit in here so well. We have no production values either.
So I got to be careful though. If I up my game too much, people are going to expect it. So the next video, I'm going to dial it back, and we're going to come back to the other side of the tracks. So
cool. I before I let the panel start asking questions, and I hopefully somebody's been monitoring the chat here because I haven't had a chance to, if they have any questions as well. Do you have a plan what the next machine you'll be covering on your home shopping network is going to be?
I am right now between, so I'll take a poll. I'm between the Tandy 1000 SX and the Model 4. So those are my two that I think are going to be one of the next ones.
Okay, well, impromptu on the panel here, which of those two machines would you guys like to see? The same with the people in the chat. Myself personally, I mean, the Tandy 1000 was a much more popular machine, I think, and plus it's an MS-DOS compatible. So for me, it's like an improved version of the PC. It takes a lot of the PC Junior, sound and graphics hardware and puts it in, so it was more advanced than most of the time. But it was sold in such large quantities. It was Tandy's best seller after the CoCo. I would rather see the Model 4 one because that's a bit more nostalgic and historical for me personally. But what was everybody else in the panel think?
Model 4.
Okay.
Tandy 1000.
All right, we got a dissenter. All right, well, Model 4 will be next then. I already kind of have some ideas with it. I'm gonna reuse some lines that Radio Shack I think used the same freaking copy for the Model 4 in the catalog. For busy managers and something else and something. They have the first three lines. If you look through the catalog from about 83 to 87, seem to be almost the same verbiage word for word. So I'm going to try and work that in. To the color computer one, I did mention you'll see it in the blooper reel when it ever comes out. I did have a section in my first run through where I was talking about Dagrath, and I pulled the idiot from the book line, and I was telling the viewer that they could be the idiot from the book if they just bought a color computer 3, and I didn't get to do it. But yeah, Model 4 is next. All right, that'll be
Tim will like that tribute. He's not on the call today too. So
yeah, I said that line.
I know that's where I got it. I saw you do that in the ad. I'm like, I can pull that one out. That'll be a nice kind of shout to the show. So
cool. I was just taking a brief look at the chat here, and I see a few Model 4s from Exile in Paradise, Sleepy Malibu. Mark Seal says SX for sure, and he's actually, was one of the higher ups at Tandy. So,
I mean, they'll both make it. It was popular enough. I'll be back, so I'll be doing it again.
Yeah, it'll be fun watching you go through all your machines. Now, once you run out of machines, what are you going to do? You start going through software or specific hardware for each, or what?
I have a fairly good collection of Radio Shack non-computer stuff. I'm a walking Radio Shack ad.
But I can tell by the shirt.
Yeah, right. Bought this one from the new Radio Shack. I'm surrounded by stuff. Some of my stuff that I've had with me all this time, some that I've just bought, like that I was telling you before the show. I can't go to thrift stores if I see something that says realistic on it, it's coming home. But I could probably start doing some of that. I have a bunch of that kind of thing. I could probably work through. I have a couple of VCRs floating around here and some other things.
Cool. Also, something else that was mentioned in the pre-show, which I forgot to mention on the actual show here, is that you've got a very period correct basement that also is in with paneling and was that was your house already like that, or was that something you added to add to the ambience of the YouTube videos?
It was like this. The whole basement here is finished. And the other side, we actually have a nice game room with a bar and everything. So that's where I get ready for coming in here. And that is, it's all wood paneled, and it very much looks like in here. It's in good shape, but long term, I'd like to do something with it. But for now, it fits the part, so it just kind of sticks.
That's cool. That's all the questions. I had any questions from other people on the panel or anything that popped up in chat. Go ahead, Ron.
What did you do for a living? Or what do you do?
What did I do?
Yeah.
I was going to say, some days I think I wish it would be did. So I've been kind of all over the place, but my main place has been that mid-tier infrastructure where the mid-tier hardware and software meet. So think of all the software plumbing for things that run your health services applications like WebSphere. And then I went up from there to big data. I built automated Hadoop clusters and things like that, which is why I did a video transferring files from a Model 16 to a Hadoop file system, because I had a Hadoop cluster running here. And more recently, that's transitioned to basically data platforms in the cloud. So I do a lot of the systems engineering, design, and deployment for all that kind of stuff. Basically, I kind of describe my career as jack of many trades, master of few, and that I've been just low enough that I haven't been in a silo. And so I've been able to just kind of go from one thing to the next, and they're all just, it's another construct of, or another iteration of a previous construct, so to speak. So
if you don't mind me asking, and you don't have to answer this if you think it's a little bit covering too much what you do, but are you on contract work and you just do like something for a year and then you're on to something else, or do you have one company you go through and do this for various things?
I have one company. I moved a couple of times, but generally speaking, what happens is I tend to work at corporate places that are not technology focused as a business. And I've found that if done right, I become a standout pretty quickly. And then what ends up happening is you start to get attention. And when you get that, you start to get put into, hey, we want you to go over here and do this now. When I worked at my first corporate employer, one day I came into the office and they said, you're not doing this anymore. You're going over and doing big data now because we need you over there. And okay, I'm a Hadoop engineer now. So yay. That's kind of how it's been for me. It's been good, but it's also fame is, success equals death, the coworker said. Fame can make you busy sometimes, but it pays the bills and it pays for all of this. So I love it. And it is actually really fun work when it's good.
All right, I got more questions.
Go
So
ahead.
like when you were younger, did you go have a club that you joined? Did you go to meetings? Did you do BBS stuff or
So we didn't have I grew up in a very small town. To give you an idea of the size of my school, it was K through 12, and there were 367 kids K through 12 the year I graduated. So there were no clubs or anything like that nearby. And it's rural upstate New York. Well, everyone calls it upstate. We don't, but
where?
Rural New York.
Where?
Near Cooperstown.
Oh, I lived in Rochester.
Oh, I've got family there.
Oh, cool.
So, yep. So, it's very rural, and any place is a 10 or 15-minute drive. So my parents weren't going to drag my butt places. And so it was mostly me and my CoCo and whatever magazines I could get a hold of. I got a hold of a small stash of Hot Cocoa and Rainbow magazines from the local library when they punted them. And I probably had the distinction of being one of the last new subscribers to the Rainbow. I put in an order for my sister's Girl Scout troop, and by the time they got to it, my first issue was March of 1993. So
the newspaper format just about to end.
3 issues, and I got The Time Has Come and went, yeah, you knew that was coming. So so it was mostly me and whatever I could get a hold of.
So you didn't really have any other CoCo users in your area?
No, I was it. One other family I knew had one, but it was kind of relegated to a closet, sadly.
Oh, okay. Any further questions from the panel? And anybody who's been monitoring the chat, there's been any questions in there?
So did you BBS much?
Not until into the 90s, and then I started to get into it. I do it actually today. Now I'm on a couple of them now, just because it's a whole lot of fun. But not until the early 90s when we got the SX and I got a modem for it.
Alan, Exile in Paradise in the chat says orange shag carpet. So I guess he's wondering how is your floors themed for the period as your walls are?
It is not orange, but it is a brown, thick carpet. Close enough.
That can't be good electronics rubbing your feet on that.
No, I have wrist straps are very big here.
Sorry, somebody else was about to ask a question?
I was going to say that Engine Mira says the sky looks similar to Blue's Clues guy, so maybe that would be a good thing to spoof. It's an idea.
Yeah, there you go. I got to just avoid the copyright police.
Now for your shopping channel videos here that
parody.
you're doing, are you planning on making them out sort of on a schedule like every so many months, or is it just when you get time and field information?
It's going to be here and there. I actually was off mostly, except for the CoCo video. I actually had a couple of months where I was kind of out, and it was mostly just between work and
Christmas
some, the outside events. That I was going to be, it's not so much what's the word I'm looking for? It's not social calendar so much as just obligations. So the last couple of months I've been quiet. So I'm hoping to do them more frequently than that, but I also have some actual projects interspersed in there that I want to do. So I imagine probably the next one I would hope will come out within the next month or so. I'd like to get that going. So.
Okay. And sorry, somebody else was asking a question. I didn't quite catch who that was.
I was going to say we could maybe get him to redo that ad we're using at the top of the show about the 80s wants their store back. He's got the perfect setup for it there.
Yeah, he can continue on from that segue.
Well, I can always throw together a short if you want it. I don't know what I would, if you need a bumper or whatever, let me know. I can try and ham something up.
Yeah, we're just starting to get bumpers in now for the new show. So I'm sure Mark will have a few queued up for today. But yeah, we're always looking for new ones here, so we can just put them in, mix them in the show, so we're not playing the same bumpers every episode. We can,
That's why I was
rotate
trying to
them
run a
every so many weeks.
commercial.
How
What's
much
that?
have you?
That's why
How
I was
much-
trying to run a commercial at the beginning.
How much have you watched of CoCo Show?
So I've been actually, I learned about you guys when Curtis reached out to my channel when I did the deload video back in 2020. I had been kind of working in a vacuum on that and saw that it was taking off and watched the show, and I've been watching it ever since. So I've been keyboard warrioring the chat, kind of playing, armchair quarterback once in a while when I have a Saturday and I'm on. But
yeah, correcting all my mistakes, basically.
Hey, Curtis, we do have a
Yeah.
question from Rocky Hill, Pedro
Go ahead.
Pena. He basically wants to ask TJB Chris, he really enjoyed what you did with deload. Are you going to revisit that? Maybe implement a binary download version?
I've thought about it. I actually had and started to code together the ability to save files via LPrint. I think I'm gonna have to divorce myself from the Model 16 if I'm going to do that. Part of the deload project was that I wanted to learn about the protocol because it fascinated me that the CoCo had this mostly unused in its main environment protocol for loading things, but also the old joke, why is a Model 16 like a bowling ball? Because you can get about the same amount of software for each. And I thought, well, what better place to put more software than the Model 16? And that reminded me how much I don't like KNRC. Things I'd taken, grown accustomed to there. But I thought about it, but if I got to it, I would come back to it. The binary piece is technically in there, it just doesn't work. And I never went back to look at it. I also have a CRC bug around the 148th block, and I don't know what I did. So we just ignore it and move on now. But it's one of those things that I did it to see if I could do it and learn more about the CoCo. I think a lot of my videos, if you see the OS 9 on cassette project or things like that, or Load at Magic, are me just trying to figure out more about how the machine works and see what I can coax it into doing and just kind of learn more about the system. So those are usually projects that just facilitate me learning more than anything else.
So have you got any of the old network controllers that tend to used to use that deload command with, like the Network 2 or Network 3, that type of thing?
I have a Network 2 that I need to get a power supply for. I haven't played with it yet. So I don't have a 3. I almost caved and bought, there was a Network 3 set up on eBay for too much money. And I almost caved and bought that, but I had self-control that day. So
you didn't drink.
Yeah, that's a true story. I've had a couple of things here that showed up because I had a beer, and that was enough to lift the buy it now inhibition.
Sorry, somebody else had another question?
I was just, Rocky Hill said, excellent work, thank you. I was just going to say, you're trying to drive up the price of Model 16s by making them more valuable.
Yeah, sorry about that. I appreciate, actually, all of you guys watching my channel. Honestly, when I started doing things, I never thought I would have, I've 2,600 subscribers, and that's 2,599 more than I ever thought would give a care about anything I do here. So it's a lot of fun. I really appreciate you guys highlighting my shows. I know the CoCo crew has highlighted a couple too, but it's certainly kind of taken off in a neat way, and I really enjoyed doing it and being able to share. I didn't know this many people enjoyed or were this fanatical about Tandy. I feel like I'm not as crazy as I may have thought I was.
Yeah, you're in the same small group of crazy as the rest of us, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't go that far.
Well, you probably enjoy it when we get some of the old folks on, and they talk about, back in the day and the magazine and all that stuff. That's cool. I enjoy that myself.
Yeah.
I will hint, we're setting up a few more of those coming up here too. So there's a few more interviews, nothing concrete yet, but there's multiple ones in the works.
Good. Yeah. And I know I've been 16 and 12 focused. And so I know for CoCo folks, I'm on here, and most of my channel lately has been that line I've been focused on a lot, A, because it's new to me. And they work. And then B, there's not a lot of representation out there in terms of these machines on YouTube or just in general. And I like to show the machines doing their thing. And so that's kind of been filling that content hole. But I do have some CoCo stuff in the pipeline, so I'm hoping to get to it. And actually, I have another CoCo / Model 16 thing I'm hoping to do if I can get UUCP to play nice. But I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but it ain't playing nice. So
I have to say, like, one of my favorite parts is when you actually take two of the Tandy machines and link them up into the same project, like, downloading stuff back and forth or logging into OS 9 from a Model 4. I think it's what you use to type thing just to.
Yeah. I mean, that Model 16 would make a nice terminal for the CoCo.
It actually does.
Yeah, I can run the screen editor Scred on it and everything.
Yeah, yeah.
So just so you know, Chris, Rick Adams is very familiar with UUCP for the Color Computer 3.
Yeah, he wrote one of the two main.
Yeah, I'm working off of someone took his implementation, actually, I want to say, and extended it a bit. I'm working off of that one. So
are you working off Bob Bilson's then, or Rick's original?
Yeah.
Bob's?
Yeah.
I don't know if Bob's still around, but
it's something I'm doing wrong. So the issue I'm having, I'm trying to use UCP files from the 16 over, and what's happening is the file is landing there in the incoming folder, but it's not going in the final destination, and the name that it has is whatever name the 16 associated with it to go over. So it assigns a name that's related to the payload number, transfer number that goes over. And so the content makes it, and I don't know if I have a control character mismatch between the two, something is not lined up or what, but I just haven't gotten to pulling it apart, because what I'm trying to do is pull a network of 3 or 4 of the machines, the 216s, the 4825 with SCO Unix, and then the CoCo 3 with OS 9, and essentially bounce between the machines for things like mail and files. I think it would be a neat trick, but if I can't do it with the CoCo, immediately I'll have to revisit it. But I really want to include the CoCo. I think it would be really cool.
Yeah, I mean that UCP programs were actually used quite a bit back in the probably the early 90s, I guess it was. There was people just sending stuff all over the place. There's we had FidoNet going and running natively on the CoCo with Ron Byler's ribs. We had STGNet that Scott Griepentrog did that had a bunch of CoCos linked all over the world, sending mail and stuff. So it's definitely been used, and the UCP stuff underneath, I know Rick and others had used it as well. So it definitely should be possible.
I'll probably pop onto, if I can't figure it out, I might start asking questions in the Discord. So I have a 16 project in front of me before I get to that, and then maybe that'll be my next thing.
Show up at the CoCo Fest. You might get some more answers too.
And meet people in person.
Hint.
I
In
wish
fact, when you get the whole thing running, bring all the machines down and demo it. No, I'm just kidding. That's a lot to bring.
To be honest, these 16s, I don't dare move them. They're so finicky. I'm afraid if I look at them sideways, they'll decide not to work that day.
Yeah, maybe a 4P and a 4 and a CoCo 3 or something. A bit more common.
Just remember, Chris, you're not crazy. I mean, look, there's 6 to 12 of us that get here together every Saturday and do this live.
Yeah.
I don't know, the tape boot of OS 9, that was a little bit crazy. I wasn't expecting
I'll tell you, that is my favorite thing I did. That of the dumb. I for a while I was saying I just do parlor tricks with the computers, because that's basically what they are. That was my favorite thing when that worked, and that was another thing where I got bit with an emulator. So when I did Load Up Magic, I think I noted that VCC doesn't behave the same way when you directly manipulate the hardware registers. It lets you peek them back. And in real life, as the hardware is running, those register values change. So when Load M runs, if you try and poke to some of those control registers or load into it, when it goes to check, it's not the same, and it IO errors. I had the same problem with the OS 9 on cassette. It would start or hang or not. And I spent 3 or 4 weeks in MAME and the debugger trying to figure out what I was doing wrong. And I was like, wait a minute. We're just going to burn this down, write this out to a WAV file and load it into the CoCo and see if it works in real hardware. And lo and behold, it worked. And that's part of why that's never made it out, because it's so finicky to make it work that I didn't want to have a bunch of disappointed people. So it's going to live in the archives.
Yeah, because I know I was doing some research on earliest versions of OS 9 back when 6-Day Microjournal was advertising it back in 1980, even before the CoCo came out. And they were mentioning like the original version of CoCo OS 9 level 1 only needed, what was it, 24K or 32K to run? And it had cassette loaders as part of the package.
Right.
You would boot it off cassette, or you'd have a ROM or a combination of both, and then you'd load in other modules in the RAM. So it has been done before, but not in 40 years.
Yeah.
So it's really cool to see that.
Yep. And then with the CoCo 3, the hard part I had with the cassette was I was trying to make use of like the load M thing where I could do multi-part binaries and section it out. And I could not find a utility that I could get to work that would let me create a multi-part cassette file, a bin that was a cassette wave. I had a couple that
ETASM does on its own, even if you don't need it.
Yep. Yeah, right. So what I ended up having to do was fudge it into one long binary, essentially the entire boot set of boot modules and then my little preloader, and they had to line up right at the right spot in RAM, which means if I changed the preloader, I had to change the load address. It's a hack for sure. It is one of my biggest pieces of duct tape and scaffolding I think I've ever put together.
Isn't that just normal development? That's what I usually do.
That's pretty much my entire existence here at Scaffolding and Duct Tape. So
Cool. Anybody else have any questions for our guest? Any more in the chat there, Mark, that I may have missed?
I think I saw most of them, and I don't think there were any directed at our guests, so I think we're clear.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming on the show, Chris, and your first appearance ever on any of our shows. So hope to have you back, especially if you've got some new project or if you release a new video of some CoCo related thing that you want to come in and talk about and explain it a bit more technical geek detail than you might do in the video.
Right.
We'd love to have you on.
All right. Yeah. Thank you for having me and watching and all the comments and feedback. It's I keep doing it because you people keep watching. So
yeah, I look forward to your next shopping channel episode.
Yeah, I'll be a dancing bear for as long as you'll have me.
60 said he had something, but I don't remember. Is it the one about burning the SCO discs, 60?
Yeah, because 60's last comment I just saw here, mine was, but I understand you not relaying it, and I'm not sure what he's talking about.
He's talking about burning the SCO discs in anger. Maybe that was it.
He says, yeah.
He said a good video would be to ritually burn the discs from SCO Unix. Or
That
with
is a side-
SCO Unix on.
That is a side thread to the channel. There are a couple of videos of us burning things. That'll show you my lineage and roots. But the dollhouse has a long story I'll save for another show, but that has a story. So yeah, that's an occasional theme here too.
Cool. I'm definitely looking forward to your next one. Glad you're, like you said, you took a bit of a break due to other commitments and stuff here.
Yep.
And the shopping network was totally unexpected for me. I mean, I saw some, TGB Chris has got something new. Shopping network, what? And then I watched it. It was just hilarious. I just love the whole nostalgia feel of it. That really brought back even more than just working on the old machines, but seeing it presented in a way that would have been done back in the day.
Yep.
Really tied the ends together.
Glad you guys liked it. That was a lot of fun to do. So,
do you have any kids?
Nope. That's why I have computers.
That's why I can afford them all.
Yep, a couple of parakeets, but that's about it. No computers and no kids. So
cool. Well, I look forward to your next videos, whether it's on the Model 16, whether it's another shopping one, another CoCo one, whatever. All of your videos are very interesting. And anybody who's not checked out TJB Chris's channel on YouTube, definitely go check it out. He's got a lot of really interesting projects on there and quite unique ones. So I highly recommend it.
Quick question. Are the shopping videos on a different channel?
No, there's only one. It's called TJB Chris's Tandy Time. So it's my most recent one.
Okay. Yeah, I think we just talked about it last week, so it's pretty recent release.
It's really new. Yeah.
It's the first video and the link I just posted.
Got it.
And it's pretty funny too.
Okay, well, big thank you to both of our special guests today, Jim Ryan, TGB Chris. Thanks for coming on the main show here. Of course, Jim we'll see on Game On Challenge just about every week, and sometimes he even hosts it. TGB, thanks, Jim. And TGB Chris, of course, check out his channel for Tandy Time, amongst a whole bunch of very interesting hardware projects related to all kinds of Tandy machines. And now, Mark, if you want to do your ad, this is the time.
Hang on. All right, here we go. We'll start with the first one.
The CoCo Nation Show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCo Nation Show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCo Nation.
The CoCo Nation Show would like to thank the following patrons: Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, Dinty's Hideaway, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Mike Rayburn, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retrotech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Bateson, Terry Steege, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's new to Discord?
Matt H says, I was asking some optimization questions on the YouTube chat. My name is Matt. The first computer I programmed on was a TI 99/4A back in 1984. Jonathan 2260 says, Hi everyone. My name is Jonathan. I am into retro computing for nostalgia and other reasons. I used to own a color computer and have been wanting to use an emulator for a specific program I want to run and was hoping to chat with people here about it. Share Squid says, Morning fellow CoCo Nuts. I'm using Discord for the first time specifically to join this group. Have silently enjoyed this renamed podcast for years, and want to start getting more involved. Oh, my real name, John D. Thanks for everyone in this community, and the podcast for keeping the CoCo fires burning. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Boys in Tech, Glenside Computer Club, Nightbeard, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCo Nation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
Because CoCoing is better together.
Welcome everybody to the CoCo Nation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played CoCoBon, which was a participation game. We had a total of 7 people submit screenshots to prove that they played the game. They were Mr. Dave 6309, Jim Rye, Terry Steggy, L. Curtis Boyle, Buck Owens, Redbeard, and Sloopy Malibu is the one that submitted the screen that you get if you complete all of the included levels in the game. Thanks everybody that played this week, and we will see you all again next week.
So did you bring a box of participation trophies?
No, just hearing your name on the air is your prize for the participation.
That is rewarding.
That is your blue ribbon.
Your participation ribbon, yeah.
I think only Canadian. Do they do participation down in the
No, I think that probably is a
States?
uniquely
That's
Canadian,
just Canadian.
thing. Everybody else is confused.
All right, so CoCoBon this week was the game that ended. We actually had a lot more people than submitted scores playing it, because on the live shows we had a lot more than just 7 people playing. So some names that didn't submit screenshots, but I hope everybody had fun playing this new one. Obviously, there's no reviews for it because it's a brand new game. So, yeah.
Oh, we can get some live reviews from the panel if anybody wants to say what they think.
We could get some live reviews. I mean, my personal review of it is it's a really good game. And I'm looking forward to when people have had more time to play it and actually create their own levels. I almost finished it. I didn't quite get all the way through, but yeah. That's one of the good things about a game like this, is that it can keep giving back in the future. As people put up more levels, you can always revisit it and play it. You can even actually revisit and play the levels you played before, and you've probably forgotten how to solve them.
That happened to me.
Yep. Me too.
So far, I think out of the community, besides Paul himself, who authored the game, obviously, I think we've had 2 people completely solve the built-in 32 levels. So that's Sloopy and Buck. Is that correct?
Yes. And Buck made up a couple of levels from, actually, he just borrowed them from other CoCoBon games. So I know that Paul was having a lot of trouble solving one of those. So I don't know if he ever did or not.
Second one.
Yeah.
I was hoping Paul was going to be on here to talk about his game.
Yeah, what the heck? We're talking about his game. Where is he?
He's going to be on with us on Friday when we do his game on the CoCo Show.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Well, speaking of boat, since you guys obviously, I'm guessing have played it a little bit ahead of time before the live taping. What's your brief review of it? You can be the first live review of it.
I like Sokoban. I think your enjoyment of this game will directly correlate to the degree of which you like Sokoban. Some people enjoy pushing around boxes, and some people don't. I think this is a good take on it in that it borrows a lot of elements from another game on the Amiga that came out in 1990 called Exit. It incorporates the sort of like pushing the blocks into various holes. You're doing more than just clearing a pathway for yourself or collecting an item to get out of a room. I like the graphical style. I think it's charmingly pixely. Again, I'm a bigger fan of the pixel art rather than the interlaced, more photorealistic, although photorealistic is somewhat of a stretch, but the more realistic art of the interlaced graphics that are possible in the CoCo. I'd rather see a chunky pixel art, more colorful interpretation that allows you to use the RGB too. So yeah, I think it's a great game, and I recommend you pick it up because it's name your own price, so you can pick it up for free if you want.
Yeah. Have you ever entertained, or you or Aaron entertained the idea of actually creating your own levels with it, or is that just something you guys just don't have time for?
I got to level 7. I'm not what they call a person that has the mind to create these sorts of levels. I can't solve the levels that are presented to me.
Yeah, for me, it's a great game, and it's like I used to play Sokoban a fair bit when I was probably in my 20s, and I just don't have the time. It's a game that it's a time trap. If you're going to get good at it, you have to play quite a bit.
When I played the most Sokoban laying in bed on my TI-85 in high school. This was a game where you
had a bed in high school.
The whole TI-85 calculator. Do you remember that? And
Yep.
I would lay in bed and play Sokoban, and that's what I think of. It's not really a game that I feel like you're going to want to sit down on your main computer and play. Although, I think that enough elements are added to CoCoBon to make it cool to play, sit down. But it's really more of a game that it's a game that you play when you've really exhausted all the other options.
Yeah, it's one when you want to challenge your mind, and it usually most people when they're having some free time want to deaden their mind to watch TV or something. So
yeah, don't play it when you're tired. It's really hard to think straight on how to do things when you're tired.
I do think it's a lot more fun than Sokoban, though, because Sokoban, like you said, is just clearing paths. You can move bricks into set sections that you have to do it. And you have to figure out which way you don't trap yourself. But having all the stuff like lasers to unlock gates and the little ghost guy that you have to move around, your real player is kind of trapped, and the ghost guy has to figure out how to get him to do stuff, and moving objects coming after you and stuff later on. Like there's enough extra there that it piques your interest, and there's every few levels is something new, so it keeps that exploratory feel to it as well. But you do have to dedicate time to it, and I think we're in the age of casual gaming where you're standing in line at a supermarket and you want to quickly do a Bejeweled clone for 1 minute and that's it type thing. So it's harder to find the time to do it. But if you're into puzzle games, I mean, it's one of the better ones. Any other reviews from the people here that have played it?
Well, I have to say just a quick note, when we were playing it live on the Game On challenge, and Paul was there. It was interesting because I was solving some of the stuff and he was watching me, and he's like, geez, I never even thought of doing it that way. So
yeah, that's one thing I noticed too, is that he created the levels and then he goes through and he has a certain way that he solves them, because obviously when you're designing, you have to make them solvable. So you have to probably figure out this is the way to do it. But then people were finding completely alternative ways that he had no idea would have worked.
Yeah.
So that's a cool essential part of the game. Anybody else in the panel? Like I know Jim, obviously you've played it. Nick, you were one of the beta testers, as was I in the earlier part. What was your opinions of the game? Maybe Jim first.
Well, I hated it, but for good reason, because it was frustrating at times. But I enjoyed the game quite a lot. I played it for quite a while, and even coming in the days before the Game On Challenge, I played quite a bit of it. And you know what? Again, I love any new game we can get for the machines.
Okay, Nick Morentis, if you're awake.
Oh, you just woke me up. Yeah, no, it's a good game. It's very well done. I mean, I've I'm not really a fan of any brain games because it means I have to find a brain. But it's a very well done version of Sokoban. I think more exciting than the standard Sokoban. So yeah.
I was doing some of the beta testing too for Paul, and I got stuck on level 8. I couldn't get beyond that, and it kind of frustrated me to the point where I just gave up on it. So, but I like the graphics, I like the way it plays, I like some of the puzzles, but it's just a little too much for my brain.
There was definitely some levels that were a lot harder to solve, but I don't know. I just found that they weren't so hard that I ever rage quit, because I just always felt like, yeah, I'm so close to solving this. I just got to figure this out. So play it a few times. Then when you finally do solve it, it actually is a very rewarding feeling.
Yeah. If there's one thing I could change in the game, and I think I even suggested this to Paul back during the beta testing, was you should have at least a one move undo command.
Yeah.
There were so many times where I accidentally hit a key or held it down too long, and I was far into trying to solve a level, and all of a sudden, no, I got to restart the whole
Totally
time.
agree.
Yeah.
And then
That was a bit too frustrating, and
that
that's one thing I would change in the game.
Yeah, because you don't want to have an unlimited undo. That takes the fun out of the game. But everybody makes mistakes, and especially with these later levels where you're literally doing 50 or 60 moves to get to the end of a level. If you make one mistake and then have to start over, that's a quit moment for me. That's a control
that's a
X.
rage quit moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I did. I mean, I'd come back to it a day or two later and go, okay, let's try it again. But right at that moment, it's like, that was a total accident. I did not mean to do that move, and I can't undo it. I'm on to something else.
Yeah, that was during the live show that was happening a lot, and there was a lot of poutines going on under my breath.
One thing I found is using the pause feature, because you can still view most of the screen.
Yeah.
So that lets you pause and then go, okay, and I don't want to go there. I'll do that. Okay, let me try that.
Yeah, because you have to do some pre-planning on especially in the later levels.
Oh yeah, especially when you got 30 steps you have to do. Yeah, you don't want to just blaze through.
And that's where if you got 28 steps in and you can see the end in sight, and then you hold down the key a little bit too long, and all of a sudden you jump that one extra square where you're screwed and you have to start over. It's just like, no, I'm done for now. So, Paul, if you're listening, the one suggestion, that
one
would be
step
the one.
undo.
A single step undo. I do understand, like when we talked about it with Paul, he said he doesn't want to undo because then you can just rewind 4 or 5 moves and continue on, and then it's not as much of a puzzle as it is a memory game. But just having one, so that one accident, that was just a user interface frustration for me.
Or even when you're trying to solve it, making that one move and saying, no, I just screwed myself.
So you'll get one for the entire game. One undo for the entire game.
Does it remember between saves?
No, I would say one undo per level, unless you blow yourself up and start the level over.
So you can't wipe out your list.
One undo per life. One undo per life.
One undo per life is what I would do.
Yeah.
One undo per level. I mean, if you accidentally move an extra spot twice on the same level, it's just as frustrating. If I got to undo it once and then it happened 10 moves later, I'd still feel frustrated and quit. But yeah, not infinite undos or anything like that. That would be a bit too much.
I'm trying to be evil.
I don't think you have to try that hard. But yeah, other than that, I mean, it has digital sound effects, really good, colorful stuff, a lot of innovative, gameplay elements to it, way above Sokoban. Exploratory, because there's new stuff introduced every few levels that you haven't seen before. So you kind of anticipate what could be new this level type thing. So it has a lot of exploration, and the whole fact that included the editor. Now, a lot of people haven't done this because it's not easy to design levels. I think, but like I said, Buck is the only one who's tackled that so far. Unless Ken, have you managed to try to create a level?
No, I have not tried that yet. I ran out of time.
Yeah, but that takes a lot of prep. I mean, you have to play test the living bejesus out of it to make sure the level is solvable type thing. You can't really pre-plan that on paper as easy. So that would take some fortitude. Oh, no, so I was going to ask TJB Chris, I mean, because you're more of the analytical mind, I imagine that a puzzle game is probably more up your alley than, say, a shmup or something. Have you had a chance to try this game?
I have tried it, played it a little bit. I didn't do very well. I think I only got 4 or 5 levels in, level 4. Yeah. Before I almost rage quit. I just maybe I ran out of juice that day or something. But
you didn't drink enough apparently or something.
No, yeah, right.
Yeah, so it's I guess the general consensus of reviews here is that it's a great game. It's great to have a new game on the CoCo 3 with the full 16 colors, digitized sound effects, everything else. Runs on 128K.
And a different game for the CoCo than is normally coming out.
Yeah, it's not an arcade game. It's a strategy puzzle game, which is something we don't see too often these days. But it can be viciously hard, and it really needs a singlet, dude. Sorry, Paul.
It's interesting. I wonder, because we rarely see so few new CoCo games being puzzle games, if it just requires the mind of somebody just on another level than somebody that just does an arcade game.
I would say level design, it probably does. I mean, like I said, that is complicated. The fact that the editors included, we hyped it up even before the 2-week challenge or 3-week challenge. And now the only person that took it up is Buck, and he's a robot.
Well, you can't create levels until you've beaten the game, right?
I think you
I
create
thought
them
the
whenever you
level
would.
editor was blocked until you completed the game. Am I wrong about that?
I think you can. I think
you can
do
get it
it.
right from the beginning. Okay, I
Yeah.
must have been thinking about something else. I'm sorry.
I think it helps that you kind of
It
get
helps
that feel
because,
for it.
Right.
And also, if you haven't beaten the game yet, there's going to be things in the level editor that you have no idea what they do.
Right.
Yeah, because part of the exploratory thing is that he didn't label, what some of these pieces are. You kind of have to figure that out for yourself.
Yeah, but the great thing about the way that he's done his level layouts is whenever a new concept is introduced, that level will be the first level is very, very easy. It's just basically here is how this thing works, and then you go on.
Yeah.
So I appreciated that.
Yeah. I mean, when I was doing the beta testing, I got further than I did for the challenge. I think I got up to level 18 or something. That was over a span of a couple weeks, trying it out for a couple hours a day here and there. So I definitely could get addicted to it if I had the time. It's just that I think a lot of people do the casual gaming thing where you want that quick hit and you can get in and out of a game quickly and not have to worry about trying to pick it up 3 weeks later and go, far did I get on this level last time? And where was I stuck? And you can't really do that because there's no like save game in progress or anything like that either, which would be cheating a little bit, I guess, too. So
one of the nice things about casual games on modern systems is they're usually pretty low, not heavy processing power, which means they make great backport to things. Think of like Timberman,
I thought you meant low brain processing power here to play them.
No, talking about technology level wise. So
yeah,
all the ones I've seen, the Wordle,
Ghost Rush.
Yeah, exactly. They all translate well to 40-year-old systems.
Yep.
Strangely enough.
I agree. Cool. And what was the other game this week, Ken?
Slay the
Neresis.
Or whatever. I'm pronouncing it the Canadian way, Nereis.
Sounds lame. Neresis.
So that one goes till next week, but we'll get to that after we talk about the live show. So, Sloopy, are you still here? Yes, he is. So I'll throw up some footage from the live Thursday night show, and you can talk about it, Sloopy.
Don't use throw up too much.
Just got here.
You might tempt Mark's cat.
Actually, I just got here.
Oh, okay.
My back was killing me. I had to lay down.
Okay, well, we had the 2 games going this last week, so.
Yes, we had the Slay the Neresis, or whatever it's called. And
Neresis.
In the first week of that, and then we have the second week, the ending of CoCo, which was not played as much last night, but it seems that Slay the Neresis was quite a popular game.
In fairness to CoCo, it's not really a game that you can really play while people are talking and carrying on. It's a game that requires a lot more mental
concentration.
Yeah.
You have to filter out the noise to play that one.
Yeah.
But the cool thing was you guys actually had the author of the game online and playing it, and he'd forgotten how to solve some of his levels. So I felt better after hearing that.
That was on that was 2 weeks ago that he was on. So
yes. But it was overall a popular show. We had a whole bunch what was it? At one time we had 6 people playing online. We had a special guest, John Vote Karshaller, which, hey, thank you for coming.
I don't really consider myself to be a special guest. I was honored to be there.
Long-time subscriber, first-time player.
Yeah.
And for those who don't know and haven't caught the actual Game On Challenge or the show the last couple of weeks here, of course, Slay the Nereus or Nares or whatever you want to call it. We'll have to ask Mark Siegel what the official pronunciation is if he's in the chat still. But basically, it's a centipede clone with some extra bits thrown in, I guess is probably the closest way to play it or to describe it. And it takes place underwater rather than a mushroom field.
And we even had a live dramatic reading of the instruction book.
That's the best part. I love it.
Which was very helpful.
Also, we had a hack version that Mr. Dave did where he changed some of the colors up if you have a Coco 3. So
I think everybody here is playing the hacked version except me, which is the smaller screen in the middle.
Yeah, we have to figure out a way to get that fixed for you for your capture device.
Yeah, well.
That one guy in the bottom right wasn't playing the hacked version.
Oh, he was playing the other game.
Yeah. The game that was completed.
Yep, and that would be Mr. Sloopy Malibu on the final level there too.
Wow.
That wasn't the final level. That was the second final level.
That was the second final level?
That was 31.
That was 30. Oh, okay, 31, sorry.
32 is much easier.
Okay. And that's
that one looks like wow.
That's kind of how he designed it. You go through a level that is super hard, and then the next level or two or a couple levels are usually pretty easy, just to let you cool off on CoCoBon.
So a question for you guys that played Slay the Nereus, just out of curiosity here. There's a lot of centipede clones in the Coco. I'd say almost 10 that I know of. For those of you who played multiple ones, we've had a few of them on the Game On Challenge before. Where do you rank this particular one? Is it one of your favorites? Is it average? Is it lower in your scale?
I personally would say that it's one of the better ones.
I agree. I haven't played them all, but the one I played was of the two that I played. I think this is the better of the two.
What's the other one you played, Jim? Just out of curiosity.
I think
the other Game On Challenge one.
Right, it was Color Centipede. Was that the name of it? Or
no, that wasn't the one we played. Yeah, you're gonna make me think about this.
It's like we're trying to make Ken play Sokobon is what it feels like now. He has to think for a bit. Or CoCoBon, I should say.
I would have liked to see a little bit more of a rapid fire, or let you have
more than one shot on the screen.
Yeah. But I like it if you could get the school of fish in one spot, like the old one, and just hit them all. You get them all in one little corner.
In the column, like you could do in Centipede.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was one thing I missed too, because you could get that row of mushrooms, and if they poison the mushroom, they'd hit it and come straight down. You could just like mow them down.
The other one that we played was Color Caterpillar. So,
okay, the rugby circle.
Color Caterpillar. Okay.
John, I think you've played a couple by now. Where did you rank this one in your Coco version?
I think this is the first centipede clone that I've played on the Coco. To be honest
really?
with you.
Maybe it was Aaron that played some of the other ones.
Yeah, but I'll say that I love this. I thought it was great. I thought that the mechanics were cool. I thought the graphics were great. I love the fact that you see like the little wave at the top of the screen, like little things like that do a lot for me. I thought the most important thing is the game just played very fluidly. I found myself sort of addictively playing this. I think I was on for about an hour, and it flew by.
And one thing about this game is that it really has one heck of a speed up on it when you get less things on the screen.
I mean, for the arcade purist in me, I still prefer Colorpede because it's closer to the arcade game. It does have that thing where you can shoot them all down in a straight row. But this has enough little interesting extras added in. It makes it fairly unique. So it's up in my upper tier. I'd say probably in the top 2 or 3.
So would you say, Curtis, that, in general, you would rather have a Coco game, we're talking about arcade ports or clones or whatever, you'd rather have an arcade game that's closer to the original rather than one that may add extra things and be better? You prefer the fidelity to the arcade original?
It depends on the game, to be honest. I mean, if I really, really like the arcade game, if it's one of my arcade favorites, I don't want you to toy with it. If it's one that I liked generally, but it wasn't my favorite, sometimes the changes and additions actually improve it. I'll give an example from the CoCo world would be Bosconian to Draconian.
Oh yeah.
Draconian adding the whole rescuing the humans thing made the game infinitely better in my eyes. I much prefer to the arcade game, even though it doesn't have speech and some of the other flourishes the arcade game has. Centipede is one where it's right in the middle between those two for me. It's a game that I liked in the arcade quite a bit, but I don't mind you adding extra stuff to make it a bit more interesting. Kind of like, the Megapede later did in the arcade version itself, where it added some extra elements as well. The only things that really disappointed me on this particular one is the standard Spectral Associates arcade game sounds that Tom Rosenbaum came up with in the first place. They kept reusing over and over and over again. The sound is not my favorite part of this game. The extra elements, the gameplay, I really like all that kind of stuff. I do miss the mowing down the straight line when they hit a poisoned bubble in this case. So that part I did miss a little bit. But this is one where I did appreciate the extra elements they added in, but the sound is what really docks it a bit for me. It's not my favorite sound effects. Anybody else, your take on this versus any other versions that you might have played in the past?
And don't forget, we're still playing this for another week, so you have another whole week to come up with opinions on it.
I'll have my opinion next week.
We have a few comments from the chat. Rocky Hill said he had his kids and some of their friends play it, and they really actually liked it.
Cool.
And let's see, Dave Very says it's a great version, and 60 said upper end certainly in some ways it's kind of nice it doesn't do the analog joystick positioning and mapping that so many do.
That's true. It's definitely different. It took me a bit to get used to that, to be honest, but once I did, it was fine.
Yeah, just direct motion. And then Frederick Provancha said, agree, Slay the Nurses is one of the better Centipede clones. Enjoyed the game.
Yeah, because I think during the chat window there, I'm not sure where in the show it was, don't bother looking for it, but somebody had asked what other versions there are, and I rattled off the ones off the top of my head I can remember, but I know I missed a few. And there's literally 10.
Yeah,
all right.
Screen. So.
But yeah, this was one I paid Radio Shack full price for. It was cool.
Oh,
What
there
was
you
the,
go.
What
It
was
must
the
have been good.
MSRP for the games of this ilk?
Be about $30 Canadian
$30?
usually, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, $29.95 to $34.95.
Yeah, and if it was an older game, they'd start selling it for cheaper. They'd drop the price down to like $14.95 or something later on.
And this was one that was sold in the open window style packaging.
Yes.
Yeah, where you sew the box through.
Right.
Yeah.
60 also said the sound fits and feels fine with the game, but it's definitely very samey. I guess the same sort of sounds.
Yeah, it was something like if you play Demolition
sounds.
Derby or you play Slay the Nears or whatever, it's the same sound effects on all of them. Joust has it, or their Lancer, I should say, has some of that too.
Well,
It's
that's
just
how they
the
kept
spectral
costs
sound.
down. They kept costs down by reusing the sound in all these.
Well, depending on who did the programming for Spectral, because there's some that use this generic sound routine, but then there's others like the Keaton brothers, like when they did Galax Attacks or Lunar Rover Patrol or Whirlybird Run, they didn't use the Spectral quote unquote sound. They did their own thing, and I much preferred those sound wise. But the gameplay is there. I mean, I can turn down the volume. That's easy to solve type thing.
Yeah. And I usually do on most games, so the sound usually isn't a big deal for me. So
yeah, it's funny, that affects different people different ways. Like I know, Bode, I was watching one of the ones you guys did recently, and you were mentioning how much music and sound really makes the game for you because it gives you that background ambiance.
Well, I grew up in a different world. I grew up in the world of the consoles, and music has always been a part of the gaming experience.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's been a real adjustment to me playing these old computers where, it was never expected to have any sort of music and just the bare minimum sound effects. And it seems like most people didn't really complain because it was not expected. So it's an adjustment, but I appreciate being able to just turn down the sound. If it annoys me, I just turn it down.
Yeah. Well, when these were being made new, there was no reference of a previous generation for them to use. And in the newer, like when you finally got to the Nintendo NES, the Super Nintendo, the Sega Genesis and such, because you had the previous generation of these games and such, to give them a starting point and a place to add to the product that they were offering, you would get the music in the background and such.
Right.
So it was a much
because you had a new floor you had to basically do to compete, because everybody by that time was doing, background music tracks and stuff.
Yeah. So it was a much different time. So they were still learning.
Yeah. Because if you go back to the original, like 1977 through 1981, 82, not too many of those machines had really decent sound chips.
No,
Some
I
didn't
mean,
have
not
any at
even
all.
the arcade games. You didn't have background music until, like, I think Donkey Kong was one of the first games that actually had a little tune that played in the background.
Yeah. It just wasn't thought of. That was something that people experimented with, and then they go, oh, people really like this. And then they started introducing it. Some of the machines had the capability all along, but they would use it for like a splash screen, play a musical ditty. But when the game started, it would just be sound effects.
Yeah.
Because that's what the arcades did.
What's annoying to me is that when you get into the very late 80s and even into the early 90s on the European computers, the Amiga is an American computer, but let's be honest, it was mostly a thing in Europe. And they're still operating on that old computer mindset where you have a title track that plays on the title screen. Then once you get into the game, there's absolutely no music at all. They were just, 5 to 10 years behind where the consoles were in terms of that aesthetic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just part of the evolution of gaming, I guess. So, I mean, in the case of like Apple IIs and PETs and CoCos and stuff, since we didn't actually have dedicated sound hardware, it took a lot of CPU time to even try to do background music, which is why it was done so seldom.
Mm-hmm.
The only other option, the CoCo, of course, you had the speech sound pack where you could get some background music, but then the person had to buy a multi-pack and a sound speech pack. So now the person has to invest an extra $300-400, and a lot of people didn't. So you'd kill your market if you made that a requirement. So it just never really got used all that often.
Right.
Yeah, only a few games pulled it off.
What's the puzzle game that you love so much, Curtis? And I
Photon.
like it too. Yeah, Photon. That's what makes Photon really stand out, is the fact that it's got those tunes playing in the background.
Yeah, and different ones on different levels, so it's not just the same thing over and over again.
So it shows that it could be done, on the CoCo 3 at least.
It's not really an arcade game though. Photon doesn't have a lot of movement, and it takes a little bit of time for you to move your character.
Well, it's kind of a puzzle arcade both, because you can approach it as an arcade game, try to outrun them to the exit, so you can sit there for 2 seconds to disappear before you die, or you can try to literally trap and kill everything, which takes a lot longer. So that one's kind of a hybrid. But you got a few games that did try to do background sound, like Contras or Grabber, if you want to go back to the CoCo 1 and 2 days. Nick's Modern Pipes and Jumpin' Joey, of course, have that too. And that's partly due to programming tricks that you've learned over the years that you can kind of get away with it. But even on modern machines, maybe I'm a bit of an outlier here, or maybe I'm just too old and decrepit and can't keep up. But on modern systems, I still turn the volume down because I find the music if I get too much into the music, it's too distracting and I start screwing up playing. So unless the game has audio cues that are necessary to play, like a Daggrath or something like that, I do turn down the volume, like Ken mentioned, and get that distraction out of the way so I can figure out what the heck I'm doing and mow these aliens down.
Right. How do people program with the music blasting? I
can't do it. Bill Noble does all the time. He's got the music just cranked, heavy metal going off in the background, and I can't. I need dead silence. You do too, then, Nick?
Yep.
Is it upside down?
It's backwards.
Plays in reverse.
The counterclockwise.
He's got the back masking track going on.
Personally, I find the lyrics distracting, so I try to go for more instrumental stuff. Actually, I listen
if I'm going to have music at all in the background, it has to be instrumental. But if it's a hopping instrumental track, it has to be ambient if I'm going to try to program.
It depends on what you're after.
The chord progression.
It depends on what you're trying to achieve. If I'm fixing a complicated problem, I turn the music off so I can concentrate. But if I'm trying to be creative, then I need to pump the music up, and then I find I'm a bit more creative.
And I start thinking about the music and being musically creative, which destroys whatever I was trying to do on my computer. So
if I hear a good hopping track, I go grab my guitar and I try to figure out how to play it on there. So I'm not doing any programming at all.
I got arpeggio for that. Yeah.
That sounds like a G minor 7th. Is it?
I actually use EDM music, which is up tempo and fairly repetitive. So when she got
None of that Euro dance trash, though, as Mo calls it, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's up tempo and it doesn't distract too much because it's just background. So.
That's a good side segue. We're not talking about music and soundtracks and games.
All right. Well,
sorry, Ken.
Back to the games.
Yes.
So, the live game on challenge goes every Thursday night, starting at 5:00 real time, which is Pacific Standard Time. I mean,
that's 8 p.m. Eastern, correct?
Yeah, sure, whatever. I only think about Pacific, so unless I'm somewhere else.
Okay.
Anything else for you to say, Sloopy?
Wow, I get to talk.
No.
I kept trying to talk and everyone kept talking over me, so I figured.
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, I think my microphone settings in Zoom are like everyone has to be quiet for 2 seconds before to let my microphone turn on.
So now we know how to keep Sloopy from being able to talk.
Hey, wait, what do you want to say, Sloopy?
Nothing now.
All that build up for nothing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And when I'm doing programming or more likely hardware design, I will have things. I will have something playing that makes noise, whether music or YouTube videos or something. Quite honestly, way back in the day when I was doing stuff like that, I would have the program guide running so that I could see what was on to put something on. But because I wasn't paying attention to it, I ended up not watching anything except for having the program guide on for hours on end. And it's like when I start getting focused on something, I will completely blot it out and not hear it or anything. But the moment's passed for that conversation. So, but yeah, it was a successful game on Challenge Live, and we thank everyone that came. And please come next week so that we can get more and more people playing. So
you just have to join the CoCo Discord. There's a dedicated channel for where that show streams from, and you can join it with an emulator. You can do the online emulator like XRoar. You can hook it up with real hardware if you have the capture hardware to stream it. And
or you could just go to the Color Computer Archive and hit the Play Now button, and it'll bring it up, and you can play it on an emulator there. You don't even have to go through all the trouble of installing an emulator.
And so, what is next Thursday's game?
I'm about to tell you.
Oh, okay.
All right. Good segue, John.
That's what I'm here for.
I guess I don't have to say it because they already said it.
Sorry, Sloopy, we're still in your thunder today.
As long as it gets out there and people play the game, I'm good.
There you go. So, as I said, Slay the Nereses is still going on for one more week to play. So that will be what we talk about next week. And next week, and the game running for the next 2 weeks will be this one right here. If anybody knows what it is.
I do.
You should. I stole this picture off your site. Anybody
else know?
Bueller?
It's based on an arcade game. I will say that.
I don't know
Hungry Snake,
game, but I know how to play it.
I'll give you guys a hint. It's from Novasoft / Tom Mix.
All right. Well,
your share went away.
Is it a worm?
This is the game.
Buzzworm.
Never seen it.
It's actually based on an arcade game called Nibbler.
Yep.
When your tapeworm goes crazy.
Wait a minute. Distributed by Tom Mix Software ?
That might have been hacked. It's actually by Novasoft, their cheap subsidiary, their bargain division. Same as Color Car Action was and a bunch of others.
Now, one interesting thing about this game that I will tell you right now, so you don't have to read it or make a mistake on it or something. when you get 10,000 points, you don't just get a free man. An egg appears on the screen. Do not eat that egg, because then you're eating your free man and you don't get it. The egg has to survive.
You're a cannibal.
Yep.
And because honestly, Nibbler, I don't think was a hugely popular arcade game. Ken, if you want to kind of explain what the gameplay is, I don't know if you have a screenshot of the game in action, but just kind of explain.
Yeah, basically,
how to play
it's just like that old Snake game that used to come on all the old cell phones. You go around, except this takes place in an actual maze. You go around, every time you eat a dot, your snake grows, and you cannot hit yourself. You got to keep going around the maze, eating all the dots and avoiding running into your own tail.
Yeah, and every time you eat a dot, your tail gets longer, so it becomes more and more difficult as you go. There's also bonus rounds where you don't get to see the walls. A little bit later on in the game, I will mention that. The egg thing, of course, that you just mentioned. Go ahead, John.
It's also somewhat analogous to the Tron Light Cycles game.
Yeah, that's a popular version of that same thing. Give you an idea for it.
But yeah, so anybody that had the old Nokia phones, you always had Snake on it. It was the pack-in game.
Yeah.
So
Snake. For the rare few of you that played Nibbler in the arcade, I can't remember who made that. Was it Rockola?
I'm not even sure.
I believe it was. I believe it's a Rockola game.
Yeah, it's a very close clone to that. Actually, you can instantly tell by looking at it. In fact, if I remember correctly, I haven't played through all the mazes because there's different mazes for each level, but the mazes themselves are identical to the arcade game, at least the first few levels. So it's a really good clone. It's not, modified quite a bit.
It wasn't a ripoff. It was an homage.
It was a slightly illegal transcode. No, I'm just kidding. Awesome. So that one goes for 2 weeks because we're now on the new schedule.
That goes on for 2 weeks, and Slay the Neresis goes till next Saturday. So
next Game On Live challenge, you can pick either or both of the games to play during the live on Game On challenge.
Or you could just play another CoCo game as long as it's a CoCo game. As long as it's a CoCo game you're playing, then you're welcome to play a game live on the air.
I'm just going to play Daggereth every single week until I beat it again.
Maybe if you're in Nitrous 9 and stuff, don't play the strip poker game because that may offend people.
We don't want to get kicked off Twitch.
You just made Nitrous
for
9
those
more popular.
those pixelated pictures.
Hey, Leisure Suit Larry forever.
Well, it's got to be a legit game. That has the graphics stolen from the PC version. So. And Rob, don't demo that one on the live stream here.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's all I have to say. Play games. Come on, people.
Yeah, and even though the challenge is over for CoCoBon, if you want to design some levels and then show them off on the stream, that's a perfect time to do it. You can distribute them to everybody in the Discord, and people can try out your levels, especially for those few of us that have actually completed the entire set of 32. Like Sloopy, which I was very impressed with that accomplishment, Sloopy, I have to say.
Thank you.
Big round of applause for Sloopy.
Yay!
We're just trying to make up for talking over you the entire segment. So,
as long as people are playing, I'm good.
All right, let's run a commercial and break into news.
Yep, I'll do the game on news first, and I'll segue straight into the main one. So if you don't want to play just the main,
we were gonna.
I really kind of prefer.
Oh, Terry's gone, so he can't jump into those pictures.
Oh right, yeah. Well, if he comes back on later, we'll hit it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, I'm John.
And I'm Aaron of the CoCo Show.
And you're watching or listening to the CoCo Nation, the live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer and its cousins.
All hail the CoCo Nation.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. 503scarcable.com.
G'day from the land down under, where toilets flush backwards and thongs are a respectable form of casual footwear. I am Nick Morentes and I have been developing games for the CoCo for over 35 years. Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the interactive live video talk show for all enthusiasts of the CoCo family of computers.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the tiny color computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
Now we know what the password is.
My apologies. I obviously did not take something into account. Let's try this again.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes. For where news breaks from around the world to your nation. The CoCo Nation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
I'm gobsmacked. I haven't seen that before.
That was awesome.
You know, we were missing the hair catching on fire, though.
Yeah,
I was looking.
I was expecting that at the way it was going. So,
And you were holding the iron from the right end.
yeah, that was actually an improvement from real life. So
That was a good job.
that was Rob Inman that made that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I hate you. No, actually, it was really good. That was really good. It's a little long. I don't know if you can shorten it a bit, but
Yes,
I'd like to.
it's going to be cut in about in half.
I did like using Home Publisher though, because watching it draw in real time would take almost the entire span that commercial lasted.
I tell you, I tried not to cheat and use the emulator, but I had to go into 25 megahertz mode to finish it.
Yeah,
just too slow.
It needs some
someday I'll
Eurotrash
get in there and
music.
actually optimize it like I was planning on years ago. Just that's not high on the priority list.
You need to just put a Eurotrash backing on it. Curtis loves that.
Yeah. John and I have the same feelings on Eurotrash.
Yeah.
I can only imagine Nick Morente's review of Home Publisher.
Actually, did you do one, Nick? I can't remember.
I did way back then.
And I think you were.
Oh no. Sorry,
with
we're talking about the wrong thing. No, I didn't. But yeah, it would probably be pretty bad.
Anyway, thanks for that, Rob. Like I said, that's the first time I've actually seen it, so I was gobsmacked. I don't know if that's a positive thing.
Curtis, would you say that you are the face of the Tandy Color computer?
No, those are the musketeers built into the CoCo.
He's the most trusted name in CoCo news.
I'm the most long-winded person doing CoCo news. Let's put it that way. If the show takes an hour, I'll make it last 2. That's my job.
He's just the one who didn't. He's the one who didn't step back. Everyone else did, and he stood there.
That's right.
What? I'm it? What?
Yeah, but he just keeps showing up every week.
Right?
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, but we'll do the game on news first here, since we just completed the game on segment for the ad break. So, first one up is Jim Gary did a port of the 1987 version of Klondike Solitaire, originally written in GWiz Basic for the IBM PC. So this is a re-release. He actually did a port of this earlier. He did some tweaks. He did some minor color changes. He had some suggestions on the gameplay itself, suggested by Greg Dion, who of course does the MC10 compiler stuff, which Jim's been using on some of his games here. So I'll just let it show you a little bit here. So a little bit of a presentation, just using standard semi-graphics for no high-res stuff. But if you want to grab that one, if you already grabbed it for your MC10 earlier, there's an updated version you can go grab from Jim's site. Next up, and this is kind of tying into the game on, I figured probably a little bit easier to see here. So we mentioned in the game on results that Mr. Dave Veery, Mr. Dave 609, if you know him from our Discord, actually did a patch to Slay the Nearest to change the colors to do color on a CoCo 3 on RGB. And then he decided to change the colors from what the standard CoCo 1 and 2 artifacting one was into something else to get a little bit of a different flavor flare. So you can see it here. So he's got like a nice light blue color for the water, a little bit lighter than the original was, and he's updated the palettes on the bubbles and the fish, etc. too. So I still can't get used to calling these fish. It looks like a snake to me, but anyway. And he also has it, nicely done. He's been doing this the last couple months, I think now. Ken, is that roughly about right? He's been doing these little color patches for some of the artifact games.
Yeah. I think he probably started about 5 games ago, 6 games ago.
Yeah, I know like Nick and I had started doing that, and Nick has a few up in his website, a disc image or two of some that we've patched to improve the colors from the original stuff like Puyan or Lunar Rover Patrol. So it's nice that somebody else is kind of picking up the torch, because Nick and I are both busy with a bunch of other projects. So we just don't have the time to do this all the time. Unless we're between projects, we might sneak a few in. So it's nice that Dave's picked that up. He's also picked up patching games to fix bad controls, etc., like he did on the Gravitor clone.
Yep.
So thanks to Mr.
Let's
Dave
never discuss that game again.
Yeah, and it might even be worse than Predator. We'll have to see that a little bit later in the game on news here, back right now. So one thing he's also been doing here, besides playing videos showing some of these color patches he's been doing, he's actually decided to take a tackle on Predator here, and he's actually got 4 videos up showing the first 6 levels. And most of us who have played Predator get frustrated way before that. It's even more frustrating, I would say, than CoCoBon. Now, I have to give the clarification. I have made it to these levels myself back in my youth, in the late 80s when I was playing it, maybe early 90s. So it's not impossible, but it's so pixel perfect it becomes too frustrating. It's like not having an undo in CoCoBon, basically. But I don't want to play like all these because there's like 5 minutes in some cases here of some of the levels. But for those of you that have never seen anything but the first level, which is probably most of us, out of the 4 he's got pictured here, so he's got level 1, level 2 and 3, level 4, and level 5 and 6. I thought I'd play maybe a minute clip or something so you guys get a feel for what the graphics and opponents look like in later levels here. On the panel, which of these would you like to see a 1 minute clip of? And
Part 4 looks interesting.
4? Okay. Any other votes for 4 or any other votes for others?
Well, how about 15 seconds apiece?
Yeah, 15 seconds apiece. I love it.
Okay, we'll do that then. So level 1, well, level 1, everybody's seen that. We'll skip that one. So let's do part 2 and 3 first. So start just looks like, regular. So let's fast forward a bit here until he gets to the interesting stuff. What's about here? I don't know if these levels officially have names or not. I kind of called this back in the day the ice level because it looked like ice with all the blue and purple coloring. Now you get these weird plants that spit things at you and these weird flying fish. A piranha. Maybe it's underwater, I'm not sure. That's a life update there. Weird seahorse creature we just passed by. A gun that's actually labeled laser so you can tell the difference. Destructible blocks, which is kind of new. So I have to say, Greg Zumwalt, when we interviewed him, he said this was his favorite game, and most of us were kind of surprised by that because it's actually one of the most frustrating games. But there's, I think, 63 levels in this game, if I remember correctly. So he did add a lot of variety. This is one of the 2 super program packs that actually goes beyond the 32K ROM limit because it actually has its own MMU hardware built into it. And I can't remember, Rick, you might remember better than I, but was this a 64K or a 128K MMU based game? Do you remember?
I do not.
So there's a lot of variety in the game, and he does add a lot of extra elements. It's kind of like CoCo. As you play further, there's new stuff added. There's new graphics for the backgrounds. There's new opponents to face, new weapons to get, etc. So there's a lot of variety. It's a little too hard to be as fun. And one thing that was mentioned, I think, earlier in the chat, where sometimes people say that if the background music gets too annoying or too repetitive, that it gets annoying. This is one of the cases where I think that's the case. He does have background music running while he's doing, hardware-based horizontal scrolling, etc. But it's just kind of a repeating pattern of just a few notes, so it kind of gets monotonous fast. This would be my turn down the volume at this point. So that's a second.
Yeah, this was a game I pulled out to show my CoCo was cool. If other people had seen Dexter somewhere else, hey, mess with this. But I didn't like it. Never thought about it.
Yeah, it's a little too hard. That was my biggest problem with it. It does have variety. It has everything else that's good in the game. It's just, it's like playing a lot of the UK-based games. It's too pixel perfect where you get frustrated and quit. Fast forward here because we've seen this kind of terrain before, so let's get into something a little bit more interesting. This is where you get grenades and stuff you can drop off, and it'll blow up an area around a certain area. A lot of people here in the panel probably have never seen the grenades before, because that's several levels into the game before you start getting them. I don't know if Mr. Dave, and if Mr. Dave's in the chat, I don't know if he is. Actually, it looks like he is.
Yep.
I'm wondering if he has plans to try to get through the entire game, because I've never seen the end of CoCo Predator. I've never even come close. So it'd be interesting to see if he can actually make it. And he's got enough machine language savvy with the debugger. I'm sure he can figure out how to cheat a little bit so that he actually can go through and maybe do videos of each of the levels for all of us that don't have the patience to do that ourselves. So it'd be pretty interesting to see that. But yeah, there's a lot of variety, and he actually is in the chat. He just mentioned there's a lot of funny sprites in this, and I have to agree. There's a lot of more interesting stuff that shows up in the game. It gets a bit more interesting. And one comment he made on his YouTube for the first video is that the first level is actually harder than the second and third. So once you get past that initial pixel perfect jump before you plummet off a cliff type thing, you can actually get into levels that are more fun because it's not so frustrating. So, Mr. Dave, you want to answer that in the chat there, but I'd love to see if it. He goes, "Whoa, no cheating needed." Obviously, he's better at the game than I am. I would cheat like mad if I was going to do that. But anyway, there's multiple videos here that he's got going. One he just added a couple days ago. The others were from the day before, so he's kind of gradually going through it. Hopefully, he plans on finishing it, because I'd love to see what the rest of this game looks like. Because where he's gotten to on level 5, I think, is as far as I ever got back in the day. Because after that, I was seeing some stuff I haven't seen before, or at least don't remember.
If you're not as talented as Mr. Dave, the Predator on the archive, I believe, lets you select level. If you start with the gun, all kinds of things.
Oh, okay. So somebody else got frustrated, modded it so they could actually do decent at it.
Exactly.
Cool to hear.
I think that's actually the RoboCop that does that.
Oh, no, I think I'll check.
Does Predator do it too?
I believe because I remember this very well once I found it, but I will double check that and make sure that that's accurate. But I specifically remember like starting with the gun, and not having to go get it, up at the top.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I'll
that'd be
check
cool.
while we're, during the news.
And Ken, if and when we do get to the Predator game, I honestly wouldn't mind maybe that one specific case allowing the cheat version rather than the stock original.
I would say so. I've tried it without the cheat, and if the cheat is available, and I couldn't even get off the first screen.
David responded. He said, it's not harder than Donkey Kong. I disagree. I can do a lot better than Donkey Kong than I can do on Predator. And then Alan mentions Breaking the 32K Barrier by Greg Zomo was an article in Rainbow in June 1990, page 58. I do remember that article, and I do remember them saying that one of the two games was 64K and the other was 128K. So, Alan, if you know which one Predator was, let us know in the chat there, because I can't remember off the top of my head. And I'm trying to remember when we interviewed Greg, was this the game or was it RoboCop that he said he still had the source code for that he was willing to give to whoever could visit him? Because that would be kind of cool to have for the archive. There's only a few original software source listings we've got that have been publicly released by the authors. Brian O'Neill, who actually showed up on Facebook recently, so we're trying to arrange an interview with him and Chris Spry, who are the people behind Pack Dude 3D Monster Maze, one of the premier CoCo 3 512K games. He also did the original Pack Dude as well. So that will be coming up, hopefully not too distant future. He released the source code for Pack Dude Monster Maze that Chris had posted up, and it's actually on my site and on the archive site. And then Harvey Brofman actually released Donkey Monkey source code. So we got a few original source codes there.
Curtis, if you want, I can see how many options are here. I'm at the beginning of Predator. So it's asking.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll stop sharing so people can see this here.
Oh, okay. Just real quick, I can show.
You want to highlight that, Mark, if you're around?
Okay. Can you see that
yep.
acceptably? Yep. So you get to choose starting level 1 through 30.
Do 30. I want to see what the last level looks like.
This is the only way that I've ever seen the
You can see the first glimpse of 30 and then
yeah. So we're going to choose 30. How many lives?
It's only one byte. I need more than that.
Lives? Cool. We get lives.
I want 255. And how many life points? I think this is like the health that so.
Yeah, because it shows 10 max on the screen, but internally you can go higher.
By the way, I'll give you a spoiler alert. None of this helps you with falling into chasms, so don't get too excited.
Oh.
Yeah, you'll just, you won't have to start from the beginning again. So how many life points would you like? And
is this one of Buck Owen's secrets?
No, very well could be. I know he knows how to use the MAME debugger.
Accusations are flying.
I don't have I don't know. Can I start this without a joystick? I don't know.
I think I had keyboard controls too, didn't it?
Did it? Let me see.
Press K.
I can press my mouse here. Stage 30, lives 55.
I can't drive.
Right. Well, I can't move him, but there's the beginning.
Should be able to jump or something with the button.
I mean, you're asking a lot of the Tandy Deluxe mouse at this point.
Try hitting one of the two buttons.
No.
Oh, you just died. How did you do that?
I don't know.
So I just looked. This is a 64K game, and the other one's 128.
Okay.
Here, wait.
RoboCop doesn't have as many levels, but it has a lot more digitized speech and stuff that takes a lot of RAM. So,
hang on, I've got a switcheroo thing here from Mr. CoCo Man.
What's that flashing thing in the top right-hand corner?
Yeah, I was wondering that because Mr. Dave had that on there too, and I can't remember. I remember seeing it, but I don't remember what it means.
Here we go. Do I have? No. Here we go. Okay.
Motion.
Oh, flying squid. That was interesting.
I don't have audio set up.
We heard it a little bit in the background.
Oh, you did? Okay. Well, I could turn it on, but I figured this is not going to be that.
Wow, like those bouncing guys look annoying.
Oh,
Those Chinese characters.
I don't know what that flashing brown thing up in the corner is, upper right corner.
I think that's a weapon.
Is that grenades or something, maybe?
Yeah,
no, you got a
something
gun
like that.
I don't know.
I don't know. Unless I'm close. Oh, you know what that is? It's supposed to be the Predator. I think I'm close to the Predator. But I don't know. I'm just guessing. I thought it looked like the Predator, you know.
All that life is helping you out.
Yeah.
Yep. You'd be long dead otherwise.
I'm dead about 50 times by now.
How long does it take your source window to disappear?
It's stuck. I don't know what's going on here.
Anyway.
You know, some games, this is one of Nick Morenta's games as well, trigger my capture card to, you know, not my capture card, but the upscaler.
Yeah, I noticed games that like mix modes or try to switch color sets and stuff, they definitely screw them up because it thinks it's a whole new screen again or something. So
it's like, think it all over.
Yeah. So let me know how far you want me to go here, but
I go a little bit further. We're going to take too much time on it here, but
I think I could.
Because we've never seen these before. I thought kind of want to check it out.
Yeah.
Needs a David Ladd commentary.
Yeah, it does. David Ladd live commenting here. Go.
Really?
Thinking I must lose sync for a cycle or so. It's enough to trigger the star converter.
Okay, so this one you're supposed to know that so it's safe to drop. Oh shit. Excuse my language.
They faked you out. Platform or not platform. That's
the reason I hate this game. Picks up perfect jumps and you have to kind of guess what you're jumping into. Sometimes you can jump off the bottom screen, you drop to the next level. Sometimes you go off the bottom screen, you just die, and there's no visual indicator of such that I've seen.
So, you know, I'll have to. It should be a fun experience with folks, and you know, we could do a cheat score, or how far you could get with all the cheats, and then how far, you know, what you learned from doing that, and then how far you can get from a stock version of Predator.
Yeah. I mean, looking in the chat here, Alan says Predator has 53 stages and substages, and it only gave you the option of 32. So does it not let you get through the whole game? Or is the substages kind of included in that, I guess? I don't know how that works.
You know, we could just put it in the trash can and just be done with it.
But David, that was one of your most famous videos ever.
Oh, this is David's favorite part, where you have to jump on the rocks.
Jump on the walls.
Oh,
I got some rocks for you.
Okay, well, I think that's enough to give people an idea what the cheat version is. I didn't even realize that one was out there, so that's cool.
Yeah.
It's still not going to be my favorite game, I'll have to be honest. And as you mentioned, the extra lives will help you when you're getting hit by aliens and shots and stuff, but it won't help you plummeting off cliffs. So
it will not. But you know, we'll take what we can get.
I can't wait till Boat and Aaron review this one, because they're just going to rip this thing apart. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I didn't even know this game existed until right now.
Well, you know.
Oh, please, Aaron, do an episode. I want to see how bad you guys rip on it and see if you guys can top my video.
Well, we should let Boat know that this is based on the Nintendo version.
Oh, I can believe it. It looks ripped straight out of the Nintendo licensed game playbook.
What was your opinion of the Nintendo one, or have you played that one much, Boat?
Trash.
Man, and that's gonna be a much better version than the CoCo one. So I can't wait to see what you downgraded to on the CoCo show.
Such a high rating.
Yeah. It's funny too, because Greg is so proud of that game. That is definitely his favorite out of all the games he's made, and he's made some pretty decent ones like Star Blaze and stuff. And I guess he probably, because he wrote it, he might have been good enough playing. It's kind of like Nick.
He's proud of the program, not the game.
That's right.
No, maybe. I guess because he came up with the whole MMU hardware for it, and
I think there's very few programmers that would say anything negative about their games ever. You know, even like Scott Warsaw talking about ET. There's things that he was the big thing about that game is it was turned around in like 6 weeks.
Yeah, they got it done. Yeah.
On the other hand, Ken Rogoway did Rescue and Fractalus in 6 weeks, and it's a much better game. So I guess it depends, but yeah.
I don't think he was working alone either.
Yeah. And Nick Moretti's like, yeah, I know you've mentioned like when you go back to some of your games, there are some things you're not happy with in some of them, like particularly Rupert Rhythm. Just because of the way you did things. Like sometimes the authors do kind of look back and go, no, that wasn't very good.
It was Rupert Rhythm was my very first CoCo game. So looking back at it, I could say, gee, I could have done that so much better, But
But I don't think that you'd completely write it off though, Nick. You'd say that there were some good things in there.
Oh, there's some good things in there, but there's still other things which I'm disappointed with, only because I didn't know at the time. It was the first CoCo 3 game. The CoCo 3 was new.
Yeah.
So
still figuring out how it works.
Yeah. Now I look at it and think, gee, what did I do that for? That was stupid.
You have the opportunity to fix it.
Well, yeah, you did that because it's the first CoCo 3 game, which is.
And I have fixed some of my old games over the time, like Neutroid 2 and even Donut Dilemma I fixed up, but I haven't done Rupert yet. So yeah. One day.
I guess the one thing in Rupert, from what you've told me, Nick, in private, and I think you publicly mentioned as well, it's not just the fact that you were learning to program the CoCo 3 and there's certain effects or whatever you could have done better. It's also the way the game plays. Like it's part of the design.
The gameplay is the main thing. Yeah, the gameplay.
So in that case, it's more game design that you've learned from in the future, not just the fact that it was
the main thing. The gameplay. Yeah, I mean, I had ideas of what it should be, but it didn't quite become that. And I look at it now and think I could have done that. I could have done this. It would have improved it. There are some other technical issues as well. Like actually, only just this morning tested Rupert Rhythm on a real CoCo because I'll be uploading it to a new website I'm putting up, and Rupert Rhythm doesn't work on the emulators, and it's never worked on VCC or MAME or any of those. So I played it on a real CoCo just this morning, and it works fine. So obviously there's something I've done in those early days that I didn't know about, which seems to get by on a real CoCo, but on an emulator, it breaks them. So yeah,
sorry.
The MMU. I think it's the way I use the MMU, or my understanding of it back then, is probably not the best.
Well, no, the emulators are wrong. You got it.
Yeah, because it should be emulating the real hardware, right?
It should be, but I think I did use the MMUs a bit funny, which just happened to get through on real hardware, but it shouldn't have there either, but it does.
Hey, David, you have a comment on to do that first, and then Tim Linder, I just want to hear about your opinion on getting the emulators doing even weird hardware stuff that shouldn't have been done in the first place, what the view is on the emulators. Go ahead, David, first.
Yeah, so one of the things, if it's the joystick inputs, it could just be the propagation delay, because emulators don't have that propagation delay. Like what was that one Sundog game? Photon that had that, where they had optimizations that actually on the emulator it would just instantly switch the port, where on the real hardware you could switch the port but immediately read, but it wouldn't actually switch the port until several cycles later. So that way you could optimize your reads and save cycles. But on an emulator, it was just boom, it's done. Well, now you're reading the wrong access. So it's just little things like that you just don't expect.
Yeah. And Tim, what I mean, I think the view of MAME in general is that you want it as hardware accurate as possible.
Oh yeah, I love these reports. Concrete things that I can test myself. The worst kind of bugs are the ones that
to make Tim go away.
Did your mic disappear there, Tim?
Speaking of bugs,
Tim lost his audio.
We'll never know what he said.
The audio
attacked by the emulators.
It's got to debug his microphone, I think. But anyway, it sounds like he was saying, yes, he wants it to be as hardware accurate as possible. So these little corner cases of doing something a little odd, the timing of the joystick read in Photon, where it says, programs the PIA for, I'm going to read the X-axis, and then you immediately tell it to switch the Y-axis, which literally takes about 5-10 CPU cycles, which gives you enough time to do a load A immediately afterward to get the X-axis, and then you get a load B, and it'll get you the Y-axis, which works on real hardware, but it did not work on the emulators because, as David said, the emulator immediately switched over, and it only read the Y twice. It never got the X-axis, which is why it didn't play for crap on emulators. So that type of corner case stuff. And Nick, what exactly were the bugs you were hitting in Rupert Rhythm? Like, what does it do wrong?
I don't. It crashes. But
Well,
I
that's
think,
not good.
yeah, it crashes on the emulator, like it hangs before you can even start the game. But I'm pretty sure it's the way I use the MMU. It's my fault. So it's a quirk, I guess, with the MMU on the CoCo, or when you don't use it properly, and I wasn't using it properly, but it seems to pass on real hardware where it shouldn't. And on the emulators, of course, they're doing everything properly, and it crashes on those, but gets away with it on real hardware. But I've got to either fix that or do a
well, you should before you fix it, you should explain to Tim what the problem is, like what exactly is happening, or even tell him roughly where in the code so we can look and actually fix the emulator, because that's what they're shooting for.
It's not really a problem on the emulator. It's just, I think it's more a problem on my end because I didn't know at the time.
Yeah, but the thing is, if it works, like MAME's purpose is to emulate real hardware as if it was real hardware. If it runs on a real CoCo and does not run on MAME, that's a problem for MAME.
It doesn't matter if it was supposed to run that way on a real CoCo. It runs that way on a real CoCo.
Yeah.
So he wants to.
Yeah. He wants it to be as accurate as possible. So this type of stuff, like he did fix Photon's timing thing eventually because of that. We had the patch version first, but
I'll have a look if I can find the fix, find the exact problem. I'll let him know. He can fix it, but I'd probably prefer at one stage to redo Rupert to not only fix the bugs, but also improve the game in areas which I was always disappointed with anyway. So that's why I haven't done anything now. I thought, look, it's going to be a more major rehash anyway.
Yeah, this won't be like a light thing. Like you want to change some of the gameplay elements and the way.
Well, I want to keep the history was that it had bugs. That's part of the history. So I don't want to change the history.
That's what sequels are for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rupert Rhythm 2, where the elevators actually come to you.
Yeah, well, there's a few things I would have liked to change, but.
Oh, Tim says his computer locked up. That's what happens. Well, Tim, if you can get back on, we can revisit you there for what got cut off. But in the meantime, while we're waiting, I'll get on to the next Game On news story. Let me share my screen again. Okay, so this is a channel on YouTube I've not seen before, and I'm not sure if I pronounced this right. Kame Senin 13 is the name of his channel, and he actually did a brief 4-minute video of playing Dragonfire on real hardware.
I'm glad he cleaned up his desk before he shot this video.
Yeah, exactly. That was a big thing here. So that looks like lunch or something. I'm not sure what exactly it is, but I figured since
it's just a little improved.
He's playing on RF and stuff here too. I won't play the whole video, but I like giving these shout outs to people we've never seen before playing CoCo games. I want to encourage that and encourage them to listen to the show, etc. So definitely go check it out. Leave some comments on his playing of Dragonfire. You can see all the little palette tricks there. That was something the emulators weren't very good at the very beginning either. In fact, the CoCo 3 doesn't do it right because the timing's slightly off. Because it's literally changing the color set 5 times per scan line in certain cases. So that's a lot of really tight timing. And probably one of the most technically impressive CoCo 1 and 2 games the Tandy ever put out because of that.
And dude, put the potatoes away.
Or make some fries at least. Next up, we got Sheldon McDonald. Now I'll let Ken join in on the discussion on this one here. So basically, he's released a free version of his Treasure Island Defense game, which we covered, it's got to be a year or two ago, because he originally made it for some of the hardware sound cards to be able to play music, etc. in the background.
CoCo PSG and CoCo GMC.
Yeah. And he also made it so they would run on a CoCo 1 or 2 if you had a CoCo VGA. So it does a 16 color 128 by 96 graphics mode. And then basically the same thing on the CoCo 3. So we play on either of those. But he's now released it. And he says requirements CoCo 3 or a CoCo 2 with a VGA, CoCo VGA, and a SAM accelerator. So it looks like he wants the double speed. I'm guessing that's for the sound routines to keep up because the graphics mode shouldn't need that. But it's available as a free download right now on Facebook. So you can come grab it there, and I'm assuming it'll be on the Color Computer Archive. Now, he did mention, I think in his comments, that he was hoping to get it on as a Game On challenge at some point. And Ken, I think you have a response for him, don't you?
Yeah, actually, I did ask him permission to post the game into the Discord channel when we do it as a Game On challenge in the near future. So, because it isn't up on the archive yet, and I don't know when it will be, but don't worry. When I choose this as the in the near future, this will be a Game On challenge, and the disc image will be posted for everybody to be able to grab this if they don't have it already.
Okay. Now I wanted to ask for those of you who've tried this one, this new version here. I tried it on the emulator with an actual Paul Shoemaker adapted Tandy Color Computer Deluxe joystick adapter to USB. And I wasn't getting the range of trying to fire the cannon. And then I tried it on my real CoCo 3 with a Gimme X, and I had the exact same problem. It wasn't allowing me to aim in every possible direction. It would just jump. And I'm wondering if anybody else has hit that. Maybe that's a Gimme X timing issue, like we were talking, like some of the timing issues with Photon, or if something just is wrong with my machine or something. I don't know. Has anybody else in the panel actually tried this yet? You haven't, Ken?
No, I just actually downloaded the disk image this morning. So,
okay. Well, maybe just let me know if it's a problem, because if it's a problem with the Gimme X, I'll have to report that to Gary Becker, and then he can try it and test it and see if there's some weird timing glitch or if it's just my machine that's having the issue. It's a pretty cool game. It looks pretty good. We've covered it before. I don't think he had any screenshots in this particular case here. So, and David, would you quit drawing on my screen?
You were saying before. You were saying before about how the with the emulators, the way the different speeds can sometimes affect the switching of the joystick ports and all that. Wouldn't that be even worse on a Gimme X because it's even faster again?
It might be. That might be what's going on. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's why I was going to get some people that don't have a Gimme X, just regular Gimmes, if you can try it out, see if they get the same problem. I haven't dug out my regular CoCo 3 that has a regular Gimme on it yet, but I'll try that later this week if I get time. Because it looks like a fun game. Next up, and if Tim can make it back on as he's rebooting here, talk about this one. I'd love to have him, since he's actually one of the principals of this program. But as My Drunk Sibling channel, they've got episode 65 of Sibling Rivalry, which is Tim with his sister AJ, and they are going to be at CoCo Fest this year too. So if you want to meet them in person, and you missed the Pacific, what was the name of the Portland gaming thing, Mark?
I think it was just the Portland Gaming Festival.
Sorry, my system's slow. Portland Gaming Expo. Portland Gaming Expo. So yeah, it's in October.
Okay. Because they did a review of CoCo Megabug, so I'll play a little bit of that, and if Tim wants to pop in and do some live commenting on that, you can. You get to see some dancing.
AJ, that was an amazing rendition of that Spanish classic.
Anyway, as always, it's a very fun time watching these two play games here. The Megabug's not one where you compete against each other or play live against each other. You kind of take turns. And I generally find the ones where they're battling each other the ones that are even more fun to watch. But this is one where Tim actually got his butt handed to him by AJ. AJ just stomped all over him on score-wise. So I was really hoping Tim would be on here to react to that comment. I don't think he's managed to rejoin us here, unfortunately. Just quickly checking through. No, I don't see him there.
Don't worry, I'm sure we can draw it in.
Yeah. So anyway, they're going to be at CoCo Fest here in April. So amongst many other luminaries in the CoCo community. So definitely, if you can make it out to CoCo Fest in April in Chicago, and Grant Leedy, since you're on, if you want to do a quick plug for CoCo Fest, since you're kind of in charge of that with Glenside, or if you have any updates you want to mention, if you want to sneak him in here, you can.
Yeah, sure. Yep, everything's going well for CoCo Fest. One thing I probably will make an announcement is we only have about 12 tables left before we sell out. So if you're on the fence about getting a table, make sure you probably book it now instead of later because time is running out before we officially sell out. So, and also don't forget about the t-shirts that are up for sale. The links are available on the Glenside ccc.com website. We've got a few of those are already sold as well. That's all I have so far.
Okay. And we should mention for tables, I mean, a lot of people, if they're first hearing about it, they think tables are for exhibitors that want to show off or sell a product or service. And no, some people just use it as a place to park. So you actually get a chair that you can actually sit instead of having to stand all day long. So some people just get a table just so they have a place to park, grab a quick lunch or snack or whatever, or just.
So you've got to rent a table just to get a chair.
You can host.
See what you started, Curtis.
Darn, he's on to us now on how we make money.
I'm gonna have to adjust the ticket pricing for Boat Fest.
Actually, since we're on the subject of Fest here, if you want to plug Boat Fest, John, you might as well do it right now too.
Well, listen, we're a mere 6 months away from West Virginia's premier retro computing festival, Boat Fest. A cornucopia of sights and sounds featuring all classic computers from the Amiga to the ZX Spectrum is headed your way. Lovely downtown Hurricane, West Virginia. Boatfest.info is where you can go to get all of the details. Tickets are $30 a piece for Friday and Saturday. It's going to be held in the Copper Room above O'Connelly's Irish Pub in downtown Hurricane, West Virginia. Last year, we had the Canadian contingent, including one L. Curtis Boyle, join us. Retro Rewind, and hopefully Curtis will be there to join us again this year.
Sounds like I will be.
We are about halfway to sold out. We are required by law to cap the tickets at 64 because of the fire marshal. And we have sold about half of those so far. So you've still got plenty of time. If you're on the fence, feel free to continue to procrastinate. We would love to have you come on down. It's a great time. This is not a place to go if you want to learn anything. This is a place that you go if you want to tip back a couple, play a bunch of different retro computer games, and just hang out with your buddies.
Now you can get hardware fixed there because Frank does actually live.
That's right. If you got broke stuff, bring it because Retro Rewind's going to be there and they're doing repairs on site, baby.
Yeah, for all machines.
Yeah.
Basically. And I will mention too, both fests this year, CoCo Fest and Boat Fest, are at new venues compared to last year. So if you knew where the old ones were, make sure you get updated information for the hotels, etc., because they'll be different than they were.
Correct.
And right on the corner is White Castle.
Oh, nice.
CoCo Fest.
Nice.
Yep. I don't know if that outweighs an Irish pub downstairs, though.
That's a close second, definitely.
Yeah, just a word of advice: do not.
That means White Castle's a close second.
Do not eat White Castles unless you want the Hershey squirts for the rest of the day.
Listen,
You're
White
disgusting.
Castle is like playing Russian roulette with your colon, and it's a game I'm willing to play.
Exactly.
Good.
Remind me never to room with Boat when he goes to CoCo Fest.
Oh,
yeah. So I mean, tickets and tables are selling out for both. I mean, I don't think there's a limit per se of people at CoCo Fest, but there is a limit of the number of tables that you can get. So don't dally too much longer.
So
and
who is going?
To which show?
CoCo Fest.
I'm going to CoCo Fest for sure.
I'm going to CoCo Fest for sure.
I'm going.
I believe Aaron and I will be in attendance.
Awesome.
Excellent.
So this the local fire department also attends.
Maybe I'll need to ask them for if they want to give a presentation. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, way to put them on the spot there, Grant.
Elevator extraction techniques.
Yeah,
that'd be my seminar.
Then we have a whole new site to kill the elevator in. That'll be fun.
Yep, there is an elevator in this location, so.
Mm-hmm. Well, we just better pencil the fire department in then.
This could be.
Anyway, two great retro fests. One's CoCo dedicated, one's gaming dedicated. They're both a lot of fun. I've been to both of them, so I highly encourage people that can either afford to or can make the time at that time of the year to definitely go to at least one of them. And if you go to both, that's even better. Maybe we should call it both fest and run them at the same time. I don't know. That was lame. I know. I apologize.
Curtis, I'll always be there to laugh at your jokes.
Yeah,
We're taking
I've got dad jokes galore. What can I tell you? And I'm not even a dad. So. Okay, and then the last one here, Boat, you can talk about this one. I will just start playing the background muted. But basically, you guys are experimenting again with doing what do you call it? Amigos TV or something?
Yeah, Amigos TV. So we've discovered that we have quite a back catalog in our, we've been sort of doing podcasts and videos since 2015. And we've discovered that people like to go on Twitch and just sort of hang out and watch just marathon streams of our old content, which is cool because we enjoy it too. It kind of gives these old shows new life. And so Aaron, who has network bandwidth and a computer to spare, has kind of been queuing up these old shows and playing them for, basically all day, 12, 16, 24 hours. And so a couple days ago, it was the CoCo Show's turn. And so we had 18 hours of the CoCo Show archived episodes, Aaron's Friday Night Disaster streams, which covered the CoCo, and also just some CoCo game clips that Aaron has cobbled together. And we've been running those over on our Twitch channel, which is twitch.tv/Amigos Retro Gaming.
Yep. And if I posted the link in the show notes that you can get on our Discord, but you actually want the full 18 hours. Now, mind you, Buck Owens is kind of miffed because it actually is only 17 hours and 46 minutes or something.
Oh.
And he says Aaron owes him the extra 15 minutes, and Aaron responded and said, yeah, we'll do something about that or something along that line. I'm assuming he means the next episode of the CoCo Show, but but yeah, I mean, like this, with the clip we're watching right now is actually when you guys got the speech sound pack for the first time ever.
This
working.
was a harrowing experience because the first thing I did was plug it in upside down. So
yeah. And I like the fact that Aaron thought that you had to switch the slots to get games to recognize it there. So you just quickly try to time okay, it's finished loading off the disk drive. I'll switch it to slot 1 so I can get it to play through the thing. And you didn't have to do any of that, actually.
We really don't know anything about anything. That is.
So that was a nice, honest, fun demo. And then you guys actually put in some of the outtakes from when he was hunting down cables, etc. Mm-hmm. Real behind the scenes, watch the sausage getting made, basically.
We're all the no good parts and none of the sausage. We're just like
the filler.
We're the gristle of the retro gaming community.
There's a lot of good stuff in there. There's like the Friday Night Disaster streams, which is basically Aaron takes suggestions from the chat, just randomly plays a whole bunch of games, rapid fire. Some of the non-commented stuff where you guys just do videos where you're doing the recording. Like if you couldn't find an existing video on YouTube of somebody playing a particular game, you guys would just quickly record yourselves doing it. Which actually I quite enjoy because then you guys kind of can honestly say when you cover it on the actual show later on how it played, how you figured out how things worked, etc., rather than we're watching Buck Owens rifle through the entire game front to end.
Oh yeah. And there's so many videos still that like High Retro Game Lord, he's the only one that has done them. And so I always try and record videos when I can just to kind of avoid having that as the not that there's anything wrong with Mr. High Retro Game Lord, but just to avoid having that huge splash screen that he has on the beginning of all his videos.
Yeah. I mean, I've talked to him a little bit on chatting on the YouTube channels and stuff. He's a pretty good gamer in general. Like he covers every system and goes through.
Yeah, and I mean he's got stuff that nobody else has. So
yeah. There's a few others like Marlon Lee and a few others have done a fair bit. What's the Canadian guy, Toronto? He retired recently due to health issues and stuff there. Atari Leaf. He used to do quite a few CoCo videos and stuff too, but nobody's done it to the extent that High Retro Game Lord, who literally tried to play everything alphabetically that was out at the time.
Yeah.
That he could get his hands on. He's a bit behind now. I mean, there's new releases. There's some old ones that have been rediscovered that were not on the archive, so there's some more to cover, but yeah, I've used some of his videos in our show quite a few times too. Hey, if you guys just don't get enough CoCo gaming with the CoCo Show or us covering stuff or the CoCo crew covering stuff, if you want to like block out a good 18-hour day for yourself, which that's almost the exact amount of time to drive to Chicago. So maybe we should marathon it the entire trip. I don't know.
There we go. We'll just have this playing on the phone on the dashboard.
Is the CoCo crew still around?
Yep.
Are they going to be at CoCo Fest?
I think some of them might be. I know John was at the last one, and Boise.
Is there
was
anything I can do to inflame the old tension?
Please don't. We're trying to mend fences at this point. But if you want to take it out on Tim and AJ, go right for it. Since he dropped off the show and didn't come back, I figure we owe him one now.
Well, in the chat, he says his computer is not feeling so well.
Oh, so it's not even rebooting properly?
No.
Ooh, ouch.
Beauty.
Anyway, 18 hours almost, not quite, of CoCo gaming goodness there on the Amigos Retro Gaming channel on Twitch. Mark, that is it for the game on news. Did you want me to drop off so you can play the regular game news intro, or do you want me to just go straight into it?
All right, I played the regular intro.
Okay.
But if you want to take a break, I can.
I just stopped sharing, so if you want to play the intro, or if you want to take a little ad break, because there is more news than there was gaming news.
We'll do an ad break. Let me see.
I want to see some of these new bumpers and stuff here we haven't seen yet. So.
Right, yeah. Cool.
And I got to reconfigure the screen. I got to figure out what's going on with Zoom. It keeps doing funny things to me here.
You don't
say it's user error
that they pushed today.
Could very well be. Yeah, now everyone can see my screen. There we go. Put everyone back over there. And which commercial? Number 2.
Hi, I'm Terry Steggy from Retro Tech Time and the Tandy Shack, and you're watching the CoCo Nation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
From the makers of the Switcheroo. Wallaby Cable, Color Computer 3 Dual RGB Cable. Get yours today at cocoman.biz.
CoCo 2, c'est le coq champignon, des micros et donne le pion. Pour le jeu, il est pas bavard, les études, c'est pas bizarre. L'expansion, il a ça, les commandes, tu vas voir ça. Notre CoCo est pas grave, pour tes cours, c'est bien serviable. CoCo 2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac.
Un ordinateur couleur qui a de la personnalité. Le CoCo 2 de Radio Shack. En solde pour Noël à partir de 149,95.
CoCo 2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac. C'est toi et CoCo 2.
Years ago.
So, yeah, David, I haven't seen that before either, but what did you think?
Really?
I loved it.
I wasn't quite sure where that was going.
Go ahead. At least they chose the better of the Radio Shack floppy controllers. The FD501, because it's the gold-plated edition.
Right.
I wasn't quite sure where that was going. I've never seen it before. So I saw they're kind of doing the monolith as the disc controller, which I thought was cute. That was awesome. And then your head pops in. That was awesome. You're famous, David. What can we tell you?
I don't know why.
Your Predator review, we talked about it earlier.
Again, I still don't know why.
That was good. I'm assuming, Mark, you have some other new stuff coming up on the next ad break after the news too, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, because I haven't seen Aaron Newcomb's yet either, so that one's available.
Oh, that was last week.
Did you play him last week? I don't remember it.
Yeah, it was on commercial 2 last week, I believe.
Oh, maybe that's when I had to run downstairs or something. Okay, well, back to the regular news now. So let me share that screen just a moment. So, friend of the Amigos, 48K Ram is his title on Twitch. His real name is Josh. He actually had to shut down his channel for a few months because he was busy moving, changing jobs, etc. And he's kind of got his new studio set up. So he did his first live Twitch stream in months. And he covered a bunch of stuff on the Atari 8-bit, which is where his world started in retro computing and in computing back in the retro days. But he decided to switch over to the CoCo at the end here because he received some stuff from Retro Rewind. So I'll play a little bit of that just to show what he received.
Let's see. Yo, Murph guy, what's going on? All right, what do we got here? This is all right. So this tub has my ST and my CoCos in it. You can see I've got all my STs, like my Ultra Satan stuff was in here. Here's the rest of the cables for my Ultra Satan.
You also interacts live with the chat as your
yeah, new CoCo STC. I got that from Frank at Retro Rewind. So all right, here we are. The CoCo 3.
So I'll pause here for a sec. I'll just mention he's gotten his CoCo 3 upgraded since last I did streaming. Now is 512K in it because that was one thing he couldn't run a lot of the stuff that he wanted to run. Like he's really into demos and music and stuff. He's also got upgraded to 639. Go ahead. Somebody saying something?
And Eurotrash.
Yeah, Eurotrash.
It's Euro dance trash. Get it right or pay the price.
They shipped this in a bubble bag and it lived.
They're hardy machines, what we can tell you. So, at any rate, we got him to finally, and this is something I had sent to Aaron and Boat, and why they sat on it for months, I have no idea. Maybe Boat can explain it. But the mod player by Sockmaster is one of the more impressive things on the CoCo 3, to be honest. I'd say more impressive if you have
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Now, unfortunately, he doesn't have a multi-pack and an Orc 90, so you can demo that version. I don't think you and Aaron, you have a multi-pack, but I don't think you have an Orc 90, do you, Boat?
No.
Okay. If you do manage to pick one up at the fest, hint, hint, you probably can get them fairly cheap there. Retro Innovations also sells a duplicate new modern version of the same thing. And of course, Rick is working with Nick on the Orchestra 180, which will be backwards compatible with, so it'll work as an Orc 90, but it'll also let you do quadraphonic. That's what I call it. So I actually convinced Josh to fire up the mod player, and he'd never heard it before. And I don't think Boat and Aaron, who were in the chat at the time of this stream, had not seen or heard it before. And I think you guys were pretty impressed, weren't you?
Yeah. Listen, I'm all about the mods. Actually, it's a lie. I hate the mods, but it's cool that they exist on the CoCo.
Popcorn, man, popcorn. Just gotta love popcorn.
Yeah. It's over and over, endless repeat popcorn.
So do you rank it above or below Euro Dance Trash? I guess is the question.
Well, it's sort of a subset.
But for those of you who've never heard it before, I mean, a Sockmaster did this back in, I'm trying to remember what year he did this. It was before Donkey Kong. But he originally said he needed a 639 to be able to try to keep up doing 4 voices simultaneously with digitized samples for each voice, plus effects, because you have to do like vibrato and reverb and fading and pitch shifting and all kinds of stuff. So it's not just, pumping out samples. And of course, Sock's a genius. So he figured out how to do it. But then he later on actually figured out a way to optimize it on 639, got the 639 playing. Not quite as good fidelity, but it does work. Now we're showing the 639 version here. And then on the 639 version, he ended up adding stereo 8-bit Orc 90 support. So you actually can get full stereo effects like the original Amiga versions are. So I won't play a ton of these because a lot of these songs are copyrighted stuff, but I'll just play a little bit just so you can kind of hear what it sounds like. And this is using digitized samples. So it's not the organy, music that we're used to on the CoCo for doing multi-voice. We normally get the music at Lyra style for almost everything ever done. There's some effects you can do in that, but they're pretty mild compared to what you can do with this. So just for those of you not heard it before. There's some glitches on the stream. I really hope you can hear it.
I mean, you know me, Aaron. If I can get a computer to play a mod, I'm gonna play a mod on the computer. Don't you know?
I don't get a copyright strike
Now-
because that's a Genesis song, but
Now, how much computer CPU power does it take to play one of these mods?
for a computer without a sound chip, for a bit.
Almost
So,
all of
this
it.
is not something just the fact that it's a mod it's already been composed as a mod file. It doesn't necessarily make it less CPU intensive as if you were using, just the CPU to generate these sounds.
Yeah, it's because you're doing live samples and you're manipulating all 4 samples simultaneously to mix them together.
I'm just thinking about people that are making new games for the CoCo. Using mod files as a soundtrack wouldn't necessarily save you any CPU overhead.
Here's what the mod file saves you. If you look at the wave track here, and you can see some of the cycles are like the same level 4 turns in a row.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to rewrite the last 3.
Right.
The Dort 90 will hold that level for you. So you can define your CPU usage by the definition you need.
Yeah.
So bass notes, you can get by with a lot of bass, Treble, not so much.
Yeah, a lot of higher pitch notes actually takes more CPU time because you're having to swap the output to the DAC.
I'd love to see more new CoCo games have background sound, with the benefit of, if mod files could help with that, it would be great.
No.
But they don't.
No, mods
They
are
don't
actually
help.
more complicated. Like what
hurt.
Nick does and some of the others do are just digitized sound samples. So basically, you've got a raw sample. At most, you might pitch shift it to change the note itself. But mods add stuff like adding reverb, so it has to echo back, or pitch bending and waving and vibrato and a bunch of other things where you're having to manipulate this all in real time while doing a fairly high sample rate on higher notes. You might be doing 9-10 kilohertz.
Okay. Okay. That's good to know. This is a question.
You could definitely use it as like a splash screen style thing, like you see on the Amiga a lot, and I think it's probably why they do it. Now, they have DMA and a bunch of other things helping there.
Yeah.
That we don't have. So, I mean, just doing this in software, period, on an 8-bit CPU running at 1.78 megahertz is pretty stunning.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah. The only game I've seen on the CoCo that actually tried to do something similar to this, I think, is Contras, to be honest. Because you actually have the little digitized drum tracks and a few other things running in the back. They sound like real instruments, not this typical 4-voice music waveform where you're using like square waves or whatever type of thing, which is a lot simpler to output. But I don't think they're manipulating with effects live. So they've gained some CPU time back of just having like, here's a drum, a snare drum, here's a hi-hat, here's a bass. And they're not going to ever change. This is what they sound like. So you're just merging the samples together and jamming them out. But yeah, if you one thing I actually had discovered here that I'd not seen this before is that apparently there's a version of the mod player that's been modified specifically for the CoCo SDC and knows how to talk to the CoCo SDC to get directories. So you can actually use the keys in there without having to remap a drive manually through SDC Explorer or through actual commands in the SDC DOS. But the program has been modified to actually let you just rifle through all of your mod disks, and it even has been patched to handle disks bigger than the standard CoCo 35 track single-sided. Because I saw him playing some mods that are like 200K or 220K, and that you can't even fit that on a 40-track single. So I think it's patched the DOS to let you actually run up to 360K double-sided images. Sorry, somebody was saying something there?
I think the mod player menu is a basic program, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And somebody's heavily modified it. The version he's using here is not the stock one from Stockmaster. To handle the SDC, handle the bigger size double-sided drives, you can play bigger mods that you could fit on a disk. And also being able to rifle through all the various disk images just by using, I think it's the less than and greater than keys to go through all the disk images so you can pick a song. I think if somebody modified it a little bit further and actually made a jukebox, you can like tag it. You can actually have this running in the background and play like an hour's worth of music unattended. Would be pretty cool. We almost become a mod jukebox for the CoCo. I will mention here the pink is not normal. That's because he had it set for composite versus RGB incorrectly, which he corrected later on. He also got Jason at CoCo Man Reichert's SCART adapter working on the show during this taping here too. So he had just gotten that he had never tried it before he actually got it up and running. So the colors get corrected. But yeah, it's really interesting watching somebody coming from the Atari 8-bit side of things and what their opinion is of the CoCo and of some of the CoCo stuff like music stuff, which the Atari is a lot more famous for, honestly, than the CoCo is. So definitely worth a check out.
All of this stuff, the CoCo tracker, only available on the CoCo 3, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, both for the graphics and the CPU speed needed to try.
So
to
it's really apples and oranges, comparing a CoCo 3 to the Atari 8-bits, because the CoCo 3 sort of exists. I mean, it's still an 8-bit machine, but it's like an ultra powerful 8-bit machine compared to something like the 400, the 800.
Yeah, though on the other hand, we did not have hardware sprites, we did not have hardware sound, so we're jamming it all out in software. So the Atari has some advantages there.
Yeah, that's true.
So I mean, you're right. It's an apples and oranges thing, but it's not like the Atari's hopelessly crippled compared to the CoCo. It's actually got some advantages because it is a sound chip that can run in the background that the CPU doesn't have to do much with. And not us. We have to jam it all up, 10,000 times per second in software. So
maybe we can do 4 cycles the same. Ooh.
And I think the CoCo's got a 6-bit DAC, and I don't know what the resolution is on the Atari for volume, for being able to play samples. It may not have as many bits.
Yeah,
I don't know. Sloopy, do you know, or Boat, do you know?
I have no idea.
I have no idea. I'm not too up on the sound side of things.
Or does it even do samples, or is it just FM synth or something? I don't know.
No. They have to be samples, but the GMC, whatever that chip in that one, and the sound and speech pack have only got a 4-bit volume. So you're playing with 4 bits of volume if you're going to be playing samples. At least the CoCo's got 6. Or 8
with
if
the
you have
Orc 90,
yeah.
Or 8 on the Orc.
Yeah. But we're still driving it in software. We don't have anything like running in the background. And the Amiga, I think they did most of theirs with DMA, didn't they, Nick?
Well, the Amiga had the Paula chip. It had a discrete sound chip.
No, it didn't. It had 4 DACs. Had 4 DACs, but it was driven by DMA, like almost like a coprocessor.
I'm not that familiar with Amiga hardware, so I can't say either way.
Yeah, there's no sound chip in an Amiga.
What's the Paula chip then?
It's the chip where there's that does the sound, but it does it with
that'll be the sound chip then, right?
Yeah, but it's not a sound chip that generates sound. It's a sound chip that just has 4 DACs.
Gotcha.
And yeah.
So what we're building, kind of.
So it's not really a sound chip as such.
It's not like a synthesizer chip where you just say play an A sharp in octave 4.
No,
it's got 4 8-bit DACs. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But the thing is, it can do via DMA. It can run those channels. It uses the copper to feed those DACs, so the CPU doesn't have to.
Yeah, so CPU can be busy doing graphics and reading joysticks and doing AI for a game. And meanwhile, the copper chip can actually just jam out the sound mixed to the DACs on its own?
It can feed and talk to the DACs and keep them going, yeah.
I knew there was going to be a feature creep in this project, Nick.
I think you're saved there, Rick, because I don't believe the CoCo cartridge port lets you do DMA, does it? I don't think those lines are...
Not on the CoCo 3s. But if you used to do Jim's patch, because remember, Jim did a whole series of stuff with his DMA project on the CoCo 3. If you patch that buffer chip, then yes, the CoCo 1 and 2, you can do the DMA on it without any issues. It was that buffer chip that was added to the bus for the CoCo 3 that screwed the DMA.
I just want to get over some of the, or relay over some of the chat comments here, because obviously the people listening to this in audio don't get to see these. Talking about this very specific topic here. So Franklin Harris of Retro Rewind says the Atari has 0 advantages unless you want to keep your door open. I thought that was a nice slam. Then Frank, who's obviously intimately aware of Amigas because he repairs them all the time and sells a ton of products for the Amiga, says It's a DMA and 4 DACs. The Paula drives the DMA, and it does not generate sound directly. So it's basically just copying the samples from raw RAM to
That's
the.
why I don't understand why people get off on the Amiga being this amazing sound machine.
Well, it is still.
But I mean, it doesn't, like you said, it doesn't really even have a sound chip. It's not like the SID,
because
right?
you can do more with a DAC if you can drive it. Early sampling synthesizers didn't have a sound chip. There wasn't really a chip that did it. A lot of them used a DAC.
Yeah, the
so like the old school synthesizers that had the 1/4-inch jacks that were all connected to each other. There wasn't a chip that was driving those.
No.
Those old analog ones, they had circuitry, but
they were way complicated. Yeah, I've been studying these along with Nick, and it's a mess.
Okay, that's it. I mean, I don't know anything about anything, so it's interesting for me.
So the sound chip makes more with less, but it makes less in the end, is what we're getting to here.
Yeah, like a proper synthesizing sound chip, like the SID or something, it gives you the ability to have a few built-in waveform patterns that you can use to generate certain types of sounds. And you can tell that, chip, go generate that for me, and then the CPU can be busy off doing something else. But you're a bit more limited as to what you can do because you're limited to whatever's built into the chip. So if you have a chip that can't generate a good drum sound, you can't force it to generate a good drum sound. Whereas if you're using DACs, you're literally doing the same thing as a CD player or something. You're literally sending raw data, whatever the heck you want. You can make a hypersonic whistle only a dog can hear.
Okay.
That's why you have MIDI.
Exactly. And the other thing is that, and for these things, that is where DMA comes extremely important for software, because you can, unlike the timing on the CoCo, if you set up a sound sample, you have to set up timing to play every byte out to the DAC at a specific interval. With a DMA, you set it up to read and write the data at a specific interval, then your CPU can go off and do whatever the hell it wants.
Yeah. Whereas on the CoCo, it has to time slice. It has to say, okay, for 100 cycles, I'm going to do graphics and AI. Now I'm going to do 30 cycles of sound. Now I'm going to go back to do 100 cycles of graphics and AI. And it has to keep swapping back and forth. So there's a lot more overhead.
It's not just the DMA, though. The DMA allows it to access other things regardless of the CPU. You still need something that will play it. Like on the Amiga, it has almost a separate co-processor to run. And that processor can access the sound, the DACs, without the CPU needing to access it. You don't have that fight between the CPU and the other chip trying to talk to it at the same time as such. The DMA allows the communication, but the co-processor is the one that's actually feeding those DACs.
That too technical, John, or do you kind of get the gist?
Probably, yeah. It's getting a little bit on the.
Every time you say DMA, I just think about DMA design, creators of Lemmings,
DMA,
like
dynamic memory access.
Yeah, direct memory access. Yeah.
Direct.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting to me that this is how this works. So you're essentially the DAC is like the DAC in a what's a digital? It's a digital to analog, or no?
Yeah, digital analog.
Yeah.
Digital analog.
And so I'm
Just
aware
like
of
the
that
CoCo.
with like amplifiers and stuff like that. When you get a CD player, you want to get one that has a good DAC or something like that. So we're talking about the same sort of technology, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So the DAC, the core advantage it gives you is you can write a level and it will be maintained. So at audio frequencies, that gives you a lot of time to do other things until you change the level that you write to the DAC again. And however you do that is great, but that's your basic advantage is you don't have to hold every level all the time. You can just, it's changed. Okay,
There's
now
no
it's changed
CPU
again.
power. No CPU power used until you change it.
Exactly.
The hardware maintains the level, independent of the CPU.
Yeah. And then for those of you who've been watching the stream here while we've been talking about that, I actually just put it back on later on the stream. So Josh was, trying out some CoCo 3 games and stuff like Xenix. which ironically enough has the whole background time slice, IRQ timer to do background organy music, but it's only running at 3.5 kilohertz, whereas the mod player was running at like almost 10. But anyway, it's a cool video, and if you're into Atari stuff, he does some Atari 8-bit stuff at the beginning of it too. So if you're into general retro, he covered multiple systems on this episode, and he's going to be back to doing regular episodes again now that he's kind of got his new studio set up. He's, kind of settled into his new home, got his new job going, etc. So definitely a good one. I met Josh at Boat Fest last year. Great guy. Had a good time talking with him as well as everybody else. Sounds like you're probably going to get more people this year, I think, than last year, Boat.
Oh yeah. I expect us to sell out 100% because I know there's lots of people that are definitely still coming that have not yet bought their tickets. So looking forward to it.
Now, I was wondering, as a form of revenge, John, are you planning on contacting the UK airline companies and having them suddenly cancel their flights at the last minute if they try to come to Boat Fest? Or?
Yeah, so some of you might know that I'm not supposed to be here right now. I'm supposed to be in Athlone, Ireland for Amiga Ireland, but the one day that the FAA decides to shut down in the morning caused my flight to be delayed, which means I would miss my connecting flights, and so I was unable to attend. And I'm still sort of put out about it, but right. Yeah, to be honest with you, I'd rather be here with the nation, you guys. So I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, we actually explained how the Amiga works. It was kind of like being at Amiga Ireland.
That's right. You guys probably did a better job than they would have.
Right. Are they running on a C64 or what's the deal?
What's that?
What's that?
The FAA running on a C64.
Oh, yeah. The they probably got one of those old PCs with the 8-inch floppies.
Yeah,
like all our missile defense systems work.
And someone creaked it.
One of TJB Chris is like he was mentioning the Model 2s and 16s now are quite hard to keep maintaining. And if you move it, it's dangerous. It might stop working. I think the FAA had some of those running their bookings and they actually tried to move it to the next room or something. And down it went.
That was the end.
Yeah, I just went and got a hold of the machine on them. That's why I just took it. Add to the collection.
And of course, they got no backups.
Of course.
Yeah. Anyway, go check it out. The last bit we're showing here is he actually played a little bit of Quest for Thelda, which you can probably guess what that's an exact ripoff. Clone of. Anyway, good stream. Glad to see Josh back and up and out because he hasn't been on, I think, since about October or something like that. And I look forward to seeing him again at Boat Fest. We'll have to get him out to. He's been to Tandy Assembly, if I remember correctly, but he's never been to a Coke Fest. We'll have to see if we can drag him out there too. Okay. Next up, Joel Explores Tech, which is not a channel I've seen before, did his Digging for Tech Treasure #2 episode, which he shows some new acquisitions that he's gotten both on his own and also through donations from local friends. And the very first thing he got in this particular video, which I'll play a little clip of here, is the extended basic ROM for a Tandy CoCo 2.
One of the recent acquisitions was a Radio Shack Tandy Color Computer 2. This one is running Color Basic 1.2, and a friend has actually burned me a extended basic 1.1 ROM. So I'm going to go ahead and install this and see if we can get that working on this machine. So the CoCo 2 is pretty easy to open up. All I had to do is remove 4 screws in the outer corner.
Now, I do want to mention here, he's got an older one that actually has a separate ROMs for the extended basic and color basic. You can see in the upper right corner there by the cartridge port, there's an empty socket. And that's where he puts it in. I'll play the rest of the video because it's fairly rudimentary. But if you're getting them for the newer ones, you have to get the new 16K ROMs or newer 16K ROMs that actually combines both ROMs into one single one to put in. Now, I'm trying to remember, there's some people in the community that actually offer getting these burned for those who want to do the upgrade because obviously you can't go to Radio Shack and get them anymore. Does anybody remember exactly who's offering it, or does anybody on the panel like Rick, do you guys actually sell ROM upgrades like this?
Don't, maybe should.
Kind of a legal question because Microsoft still technically owns it, but a lot of us have the ability to burn ROMs.
Right.
Yeah.
Wink, wink.
And this is one thing I don't think they would actually really mind too much because, I mean, they're not going to manufacture them.
Probably not. But.
Well, right. It only takes a 357th level manager to decide that you're a problem.
Oh, Frank in their chat says they do. They will actually make you an extended basic ROM. So If you do get a 16K standard color basic CoCo 2 or even a CoCo 1 on eBay or something like that, and you're looking to get it upgraded to Extend Basic, which is a huge improvement, I must say, you can get it at retrorewind.ca.
Hard to get much done without it.
Yeah. Well, you can't run a disk controller. That's one big thing. I mean, you can't even use a disk drive with it unless you happen to find one of the 1981 alternative drives systems that was out before Tandy's came out. And I don't know anybody that has any of those still functioning.
I don't think an STC does that.
And use CoCo Nation discount code for 10% off.
There you go. Look at that. Right on the mark
Nice
there.
plug.
Love it.
That keyboard looks interesting. It looks like the deluxe CoCo keyboard. Did they add that, or did they get it that way?
I would have to guess somebody must have added it, because the 2-ROM, unless there was a little bit of a transition period where they had the newer full travel keyboards, but most of those I've seen have been a melty keyboard, like kind of in between one.
Yeah, the black bezel with the CoCo 3 keys kind of. I know that was deluxe CoCo, so I wonder if it was one of the run-on.
Keys. Yeah, that's wrong.
Yeah.
That's the keyboard that Tandy sold.
Yeah, well, after the deluxe got canceled, they sold it as an extra item.
Yeah, one of those special purchase keyboards, right?
Yeah.
I think it actually had shelf wrapping. I think they had it like in a plastic bag with a card and it hang.
And it had more stuff, and it worked on your CoCo too. So everyone bought one and put it in, like this guy.
Yeah. I never saw them up here on the on the shelf in Canada. I don't know if you did here in Canada, but I never saw these hanging on a on a shelf in Radio Shack that you could actually purchase it. I heard about it on the third-party order express thingy, but
they were in
not that I
Rochester.
remember.
They were in Rochester where I lived at the time, and nobody really thought that their keyboard would go bad, so they didn't buy them. You know, they were.
I know people bought them for the F keys.
extra keys. Yeah, that's what I knew some people at Rainbow Fest back then that actually bought them because they got the extra keys. And if you had the software for like the HGLs and the Mactronics and some of the other ones that actually made the extra 4 keys, because you had empty 4 spaces on the PIA mapping, that you would actually use that, and you can create your own programs that use these special keys for whatever the heck you wanted. And there was some third-party software that set up like, F1 would be like a key repeat on off key or something like that. You had a bunch of these little utilities that did this kind of thing. So they were useful. You could actually use them for extra things. You could actually use in-key string to read the extra keys, and you would know which keys they were. So you could write your own software to use them as well. So,
which leads to a good question. When exactly do you think did the membrane start breaking down? Like within the last 10 years or 15?
Rick, you might know that better than I would, as far as because you're selling replacements now.
Excuse me. Oh, well, here's one of those. Some of them sat in the window of Radio Shack for some time.
So they got yellow.
Oh,
wow. Actually, Rick, let me stop sharing so you can show this, because not too many people have seen these up close.
Oh, okay, so
Mark, if you want to highlight them.
Keyboard.
Hang up. I gotta get back upstairs.
With a customized yellow color.
You can see they were 2 different colors. They're almost all yellow now, but there is a little less yellow and a little more yellow on some keys than others.
Yeah, the control keys like Alt, Control, Shift, Enter, Clear
Obviously.
were the different colors.
Some have more bromide than
You should send him that keyboard, because on the video that Curtis played before, the CoCo that he showed was very yellow. So that keyboard would be a perfect match.
Yeah, this one hung in a Radio Shack window for some time before.
Exposed to the sun.
And does it work?
Yeah,
you know that it works?
It works.
Yeah, Ron's original question when you were gone there, Rick, was asking about membranes breaking down. Like, I know my CoCo 1 keyboard complete died, which is why I bought one of your key fixes. But how long do they typically last before they start going? At different models, at different lengths of time, do you think? Or different
10
quality?
seconds. 10 seconds.
He's got an answer.
You can always tell which keyboards are the ones for the deluxe versus the ones for the CoCo 3, because the plastic around the keys on the CoCo 3 is grey.
Right.
And the ones sold for the deluxe are black.
Yep, that's what TJB Chris was pointing out, Jeff.
Yeah, that's what tipped me off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so here is the traditional issue: was you broke cracked this somehow. But
Or you spilled something on the keyboard that ate away the other parts.
Right. But the new issue is, and I hope this shows up in the camera, see how the edges are turning black on this membrane.
They're separating, aren't they?
And the
A little
traces
bit like the one
themselves.
by your forehead. I can see a little bit of
Oh,
black
yeah,
again.
yeah,
A
yeah.
little hard to
Yeah,
see.
they're actually oxidizing and turning black. They should be silver. This is what's starting to happen now. Is the edge traces are all going
Breaking
bad.
down.
So whether or not you tore up your membrane thingy that hangs out, the keyboards are dying. So you can lose single keys, you can lose double keys. It's
Now, do you think as time goes by and they all turn that color, it'll go back to working again?
no, they're dying. They're peeling off. In fact, the ones that are turning black will eventually peel off, and you just find little flakes of black stuff and missing places. And nothing really sticks to Mylar. You can stick the ink on, and one day you're gonna cough and it'll fall off again. So
So you should just go buy a key fix, is what we're saying here at this point,
Well,
and just
best
solve
thing
the problem.
that's what I did.
And have you got key fixes now for every model of keyboard, or are you still missing a few?
The Alps keyboards with the bubble and rubber thing in the middle, I still can't figure out a way. I've been messing with one of Pedro's keyboards forever. It was a bad design. They managed to get it to work with some kind of custom rubber or whatever, but I can't cheap out a good solution. The problem is those keys, the key feeds directly into the switch. So if you hit the key too hard, you crush the switch and kill it.
Okay.
So you've got to have some kind of magic rubber ball in between the two that's just strong enough, but just weak enough. And I haven't found anything that's.
So you basically would need the Tandy made rubber squishy thing.
Whatever the rubber membrane that no one can buy anymore. Exactly. And, I'd love to find an alternative, but I haven't yet.
So the only solution for them right now, as it currently stands, if they can get them, because of course Ed's been having trouble trying to manufacture everything for reasons we've discussed
It's
before,
really
is maybe get an
trade
actual full-blown replacement keyboard, start to finish, rather than just a membrane replacement.
Now, that being said, if anyone has broken CoCo keyboards that they don't want, I will buy them from you. Send me an email. Let's talk about it, because I'll put KeyFix in it and make it a working keyboard and just sell the whole thing to somebody as a working keyboard in case they have a situation where it can't be repaired. It needs to be replaced.
I will be bringing one of my chiclet keyboards that I replaced, because I had a spare CoCo 3 keyboard because I got some of Ed Snyder's. So I've actually put my CoCo 3 keyboard with your key fix into my CoCo 1. And I've got the spare original chiclet keyboard that I'm not planning on using. So I'll bring one of those to Fest and give it to you.
So would you do a trade-in special? Like if I send you 2 keyboards, would you give me a new board and trade for it?
Sure. That sounds.
Wow. Cool.
I want to make more CoCos is what I want to do.
Yeah.
So
I might do that then.
Any way to deal with the chicklets that have they don't have the screws? They got the melted studs.
Those are the ones that have the thing in them. If you have one you can spare.
No, I don't.
Advise a way to fix it, but I don't have one. I don't have a way to fix it right now. But I don't have the rubber membrane, so I can't devise a way to fix it because I don't have the thing that no one can make.
Yeah, I've not taken one of those apart, so.
Well, yeah, no, I'm just saying, even if you just have one that you can do without for a little while, I can make it work again and devise a way to, a board that will work with the, because I've dealt with the molded, you bust off the melted plastic tops, and then you have no way to put it back together. I can fix that part of it. And I can fix the key part of it. I just can't fix there's a rubber thing in there that I don't know anything about part of it. So.
Well, what's worth more to you, a CoCo 3 keyboard or a CoCo 2 keyboard or a melted CoCo 2 keyboard? Are they all the same to you?
No, I don't have a melted 2 to work on, so that would be a good thing to get. That would be a good thing for me to get. Yes.
Okay.
I think that's probably leads into what Mark wants. So that may
No, I'm just asking. I don't actually have one.
Well, yeah, no, I'm just saying that all kind of leads into the same location, so that works perfectly. If you have one that you can.
Cool. Sounds like you guys have an arrangement going there that might actually
Designing
solve the
hardware on the show.
Also, I wanted to give a shout out Dinty's Hideaway, who actually has guested on the show a few times, a couple of years ago, I think now, has actually popped up in the chat. It says, where is this comment here? Love the new show, guys. So welcome, Dinty, and feel free to hit us up on Discord and come back on the show live. You haven't been on for quite a while, so nice to see you're still around. Okay, now I'll go back.
And Mark Siegel is asking if you're talking about an elastomer switch.
I'm sure I am. It's the weird thing before they made their own little plastic lever action keyboard that was so cool. So thanks, Mark. Elastomer. Cool.
All right, to continue on with the news here. So another person I've never seen on YouTube before, Kenneth Udit, UDUT. I think he's actually in the CoCo Facebook group now too. So he uploaded a couple of songs that he wrote back when he was like 13 to 14 years old using the Orc 90. And he put some weird effects. So he's got some visual effects he's added. Obviously, they're not CoCo generated, but he's got some pretty interesting effects on the Orc 90 that at that time, back in the 80s, probably wouldn't have been too common. I won't play the whole thing of each, even though they're original compositions, but just enough to give you guys an idea of its two compositions. So this one has some pretty interesting distortion effects about halfway through, so I'll probably fast forward after the first couple seconds here. I do like the visual presentation where it kind of shows you the note over top the note names. So you can kind of see visually what octaves and stuff you're in.
This is a cool waterfall display for sure. More of a noise drop.
Anyway, it's kind of an interesting effect. I wasn't expecting that when I was listening to this the first time.
That sounds like my
Play all the
TV
notes.
set.
Play all the notes.
And then he pitch shifts the distortion too, so it's kind of like a really, really overdriven guitar, I guess. And then the second one he did, and how long is this one? This one I might play all the way through here because this one he mentions he labeled the song as using stereo additive synthesis, and as a test to do that. I don't even really understand what that is. Maybe some of the people here on the panel that are either more into hardware or more into audiophileism might be able to explain exactly what that means.
I wonder why he didn't run this through the audio spectrum program.
Yeah, he could have. I mean, literally, he could have.
Cool. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but this is a
except
cool
it's on the Orc 90.
waterfall.
I don't think that would work. Now that I'm thinking about it,
it's the spectrum flowing down the screen. So the waterfall display. So it's the audio spectrum, but 100
layered
lines of it layered on the screen. So
but also the audio spectrum, I think, is driven off a 6-bit DAC. I don't know if it can do anything with an Orc 90.
Well,
unless you rewire it,
you use two
back in.
machines.
You
have one feed the other type thing.
Yeah,
that might
have
work.
one feed the other.
So is the Orc 90 generating the music, or is it being an input DAC?
The Orc
It's
90
generating the music in
generates
this
the
case.
but it feeds it back through the sound pin on the bus. So the synthesis thing would see the sound because it's fed back to the monitor on the.
So it would work with audio analyzer.
Yeah, it would.
On the same machine though, or did you have to give it on a second
No,
machine
it
like we're
would
talking about?
work. Can you run this and run the other?
Oh yeah. Here you got two different pieces of software. This is not OS 9. We're multitasking here.
Right.
Oh, could we do it on OS 9?
Yeah. If you kind of
you run Spectrum Analyzer.
depending on the sampling rate you're trying to jam out the DACs.
There might not be
Maybe
enough processing power.
There's smoke coming out of Curtis's brain right now.
I'll let Chris do this one. That's what I'll do. Anyway, this one I'll probably play in its entirety because you guys can explain what the heck stereo additive synthesis is because I have no idea. And you can definitely hear the stereo if you've got headphones on.
think what you're going to get when you've got the 4 channels that Patrick's got.
Yeah.
So what he's doing here is he's getting extra notes by not using stereo for stereo, but using it for 2 different notes of a chord. So you basically, for the price of 3 notes, you get 6-note chord. You can really do some. That's why it sounds so cool, in my opinion.
And you'll be able to do that. You can do this on your 4 channel card, Rick.
I wonder Zoom is combining it to a mono, by the way.
Oh, so not catching stereo?
I don't hear stereo.
I wonder if you could.
Well, I'll stop it there. I'm hearing it stereo because I'm playing it locally on my machine. So if you're getting mono on Zoom or on the stream, go check out the video on YouTube, which is in full stereo. Definitely wear headphones unless you've got a really good speaker system on your PC or Mac or whatever, because it is coming out in different ears constantly. Switching.
But the thing is, you will still hear a chord, even though it's left and right channel. Your brain will combine it, so you get extra sampling because of the fact that the left and right channel are musically tied together. And that's what we're doing with the ORC 180 is, although we've got 4 channels, it only comes out in stereo, but the 2 channels will be richer because of having this double dipping, if you will.
Because you're playing tricks.
Exactly. You're playing 2 notes into one place. He's playing, you know, I can't say it well, but this is really cool.
When you do your 4-channel thing, are you going to be able to use the audio synthesizer or the audio analyzer?
It'd have to be running on a different computer.
Yeah, but still, that would be a neat way to present it.
But Nick's software pretty much shows what he's doing, and it's
that's true.
Pretty accurate. So this will be, you'll know what you're doing when you're doing it.
Yeah, it's real time, plays back.
But this is fun. I like the idea of using the stereo to get more notes into your music, and not just left and right channel.
I wonder if you could make a waterfall from the audio analyzer output.
Oh, and somehow just kind of
just
scroll it up the screen.
I think on a CoCo 3 in particular, you probably have enough CPU time to pull something like that off if somebody knew what they're doing.
That would be cool.
That's not me.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not great with the sound stuff. Hey, it's really cool. Like I said, if you guys are only hearing it in mono here on the stream or in the Zoom, definitely go check out the stereo version on YouTube, and definitely with headphones, so you can really get the separation there because it sounds really cool. Okay, next up, and this looks like it reloaded itself, some stupid thing. It's reloaded properly. Okay, you're not going to let me do this. Really? There, that's better. Okay, so this is a podcast I've not listened to before called the Lunduke Journal Podcast. And from my take of it, from reading some of the notes about it, is that it's typically more of a modern computer podcast, but they do this 8-bit week special thing where they kind of round up a bunch of 8-bit machines. And if you go through the episode details, there's a ton of different things on various old machines, from consoles to home computers, etc. But they actually did cover the CoCo, talking about emulators, and then also they, of course, talked about OS9, so that's why I'm mentioning it. But they actually kind of go through it, and it sounds like they're kind of intrigued by some of the things in there. So I'll play a little clip of that, but you guys should definitely, if you're into retro computing channel, there's a lot of interesting stuff in here that they go through for all the various machines and consoles. So let me fast forward to, I think, 1840 roughly.
Amazing. It's worth checking all that out. Someone, I don't have it in front of me here, but someone posted about the Tandy Color Computer 3 emulator that's available. And the reason I mentioned that is because the CoCo 3, the Tandy Color Computer 3, is arguably the most powerful, beefiest 8-bit computer of that era. Right? It was a really special thing.
Goosebumps.
It was very upgradable.
This guy knows where it's at.
Powerful. The Tandy Color Computer 3 was a really interesting machine. And if you look at the games that were available, I mean, almost all of those early Sierra titles, the first couple of King's Quest and Space Quest and Police Quest and all those sorts of things were available for the Color Computer 3. It was a really, really great gaming system, especially for adventure games back then. And it's one of those machines that I've never spent a huge amount of time with. And so I'm kind of thinking a little bit this coming weekend, I'm going to dedicate a day of just use and immerse myself in Color Computer 3 land. I'm going to do it all via emulator. I don't have a CoCo 3 to play on.
Anyway, I'm gonna play the whole thing. He does go into OS 9 and Nitrous 9 a bit too. So I'm definitely gonna do a follow-up when he does this. If he publish it on their next podcast, or if he just does a blog posting or something about it, I'll definitely follow up here because I'm kind of curious to see what his opinion is.
Where's this guy at?
I have no idea. And there's actually more than one person on here sometimes too. So, but like I said, it's a podcast I'm not familiar with. I don't know if any of you guys have heard of this podcast before. It seems to be more typically geared to modern computing. But they do this retro thing, I guess, once a year where they kind of go back for a week and do the 8-bit era. So it's interesting, to get that type of a take on it. Next up, Pedro Pena, I think he was in the chat. I don't know if he still is or not. But he did a thing here on downloading and installing DriveWire 4. Now, this is not Pi DriveWire. This is actual DriveWire 4. And for any of you who have tried doing it on a modern machine, you'll find out that the versions of Java underneath that it requires to run have completely changed incompatibly, so it didn't work.
Oh, don't even get me started.
So to get you started, David, what exactly is the incompatibility issue we're talking about here?
Oh, just things change, which then, of course, causes it to not even run. So it's usually easier.
Security updates.
Yeah.
So, anyway, Pedro made the video here of actually getting it to run with a modern version of Java, if I understood correctly. And I don't know if any of you guys have had a chance to try this. And in this particular case, he's doing it for Windows. But you can actually get it up and running. And I know Mikey's kind of incorporating more and more of DriveWire 4. He's got a fair chunk of it in there already in Pi DriveWire, but it's not 100% there yet. So there's certain things if you want to do, you pretty well have to run Pi DriveWire 4 and DriveWire 4. And most of the time these days, if you wanted to do that, you would have to reinstall an old version of Java to get it to run without crashing. Is that my understanding correct there, David?
Oh, that's what I used to do, but I don't even have Java installed on my machine.
So anyway, for those of you that want to do that and want to use some of the features that are in DriveWire 4, but not in Pi DriveWire, until Mikey gets a chance to add them in, you now have a solution and a how-to video, how to install it and get it set up. So definitely worth your time if you're into using DriveWire 4. Next one up, we got John Lidville did Stupid VDG Tricks. Now, this is a title I think he's used before on his blog about playing around with some of the VDG stuff. And here he's actually working on doing a scrolling engine with a bit of spice. Does an explanation. He's using some stack blasting. I think he posted an update this morning too about adding double buffering to it. Unfortunately, I didn't have that handy at the time. But it's a fairly quick little video, and I think I have it here, so I'll just play it with his voiceover so you can hear what he's talking about.
So I've been doing a few experiments with a vertical scrolling background engine on the CoCo 1 and 2. Looks pretty good so far. What do you think?
And then his follow-up, I think he has a little crosshair that you can move around with the joystick that's actually moving across as it's doing the scrolling. And I think, if I remember his description, he's using P mode 1 equivalent. So he's only moving a 3K screen, not a 6K screen, which definitely helps with the speed. And I mean, that's the same reason that, Nick's games, the semi-graphics games, he's not using 24, the highest resolution, just because there's so much stuff you have to move, it slows things down. So depending on what you're trying to accomplish, it may be better to use a slightly lower res screen just to gain that speed, because that's 3K less you have to move around all the time. But I'm guessing he must be working on a game or a game engine or something. So I'm kind of curious.
The latest version of this video has got a plane instead of the crosshairs.
Okay, let me see if I can find that. I did see it mention of that earlier. So
a bit like a River Raid game.
This one here?
No, he's replaced the cross with a plane now. It was on YouTube. I saw it.
Okay, let me see if it's on his videos here. No, I don't see it there.
Yeah, I saw it on YouTube.
He's got I'm on his YouTube page. This is the only 2 videos he's got.
As in when I say YouTube, the CoCo Facebook page. Sorry.
That's a little different than YouTube, Nick.
Well, it's yeah.
We're in the YouTube section.
It's the same.
I won't go hunting for that right now, but I'll cover it for next
next
episode.
It's just a plane. That's all. Yeah.
So it's good that he's because he mentioned that the last couple of years due to COVID and health issues and stuff, he hasn't been doing a lot of stuff. So it's good to see him getting back in the saddle again. As far as actually writing code for the CoCo.
Right.
Next up, and I was hoping Carlos Camacho, is that how you pronounce it? Camacho, thank you. Was a guest and will be a guest on another episode as well of Floppy Days. And of course, Randy Kindig, the host of the Floppy Days podcast, which has one of the coolest theme songs for a podcast in the retro community I've ever heard, based on Happy Days, did starting a covering of the NEC PC 6001 and a bunch of other Japanese computers. And of course, Carlos, whom we've met at CoCo Fest and stuff, and that very active in the CoCo community, point out the NEC PC 6001 is I think it's a Z80 based system, but it has the VDG chip in it. So it's got some CoCo related type things to it. And he also went off into talking about some of the OS9 and the Fujitsu computers and other stuff in Japan that also had 6809s or VDGs and stuff too. So they kind of cover a fairly wide gamut of machines. And he mentions the CoCo quite a bit in this, which is cool. And apparently part 2 is probably going to do more of the same. So I'm looking forward to that as well. And Randy's been kind of going through in chronological order of the various machines from all over the world. And, he's in the 1981-82 time frame at this point. I think he's in 82, actually. So there'll be more stuff coming. The Dragon, I think he's already covered that one, or he's going to be covered soon. I remember he's asked me some questions about who to talk to. Who'd be a good interview for that kind of thing. And I actually got him in contact with one of the people that used to work at Dragon at the time when they were creating it. And it has been a guest on our Dragon special way back when. So looking forward to episode 2, but it's a very interesting take on a lot of the Japanese machines that a lot of us here in North America don't know too much about. I have seen people bring the Fujitsu FM7 and FM77 to CoCo Fest. And it's a pretty awesome machine. The FM77 AV has hardware sprites. It has dual 6809s. One controls the video, one controls the main machine. So there's some pretty awesome stuff you can see on that. So if you have not checked this out, please do go check it out. Next up, we have John Parker in the CoCo Facebook group. And he said there was some discussion whether you could use the cheapo Spark Fun joysticks as the basis of an analog controller for the CoCo computer described, despite them only being 10K ohms. And he said the answer, it seems, is yes, it does work, at least with the CoCo 2 that I have. And he's got a picture here of it. I can zoom up a little bit. I'm not familiar with this Spark Fun joystick. Does anybody here familiar with that? I'm assuming it's meant to be cheap. Seems to have a single button and a little thumb analog controller.
Not familiar, but with 10K ohm pots, it's going to be a current hog. So a couple of these might work. A couple of these in a high-res interface probably wouldn't, because you're just flowing a lot more current through those potentiometers than on the
1/10 at the
so 10 times the current. So there's not much current coming out of the back of the CoCo. It is limited, so one will work, maybe 2 will work, but if you start trying to plug a bunch of stuff into the joystick ports, something's going to fall down. So cool.
So use with caution, I guess, is what you're saying. Like maybe as a gamer, it might be okay, but not as a high-res,
it's not going to hurt anything. It's just you might find one of your joysticks doesn't go all the way to full range anymore. And you say, oh, okay.
Okay. I didn't know too much about it, but if it's cheap and it's, if people are used to thumbsticks these days and they want to try to use it in the CoCo, there might be a solution. So
works, it ain't hurting nothing.
Next is an update from Ron Klein on the CoCo Pi. So of course he does basically automatic updates if you have a CoCo Pi where you can get the latest updates to MAME, VCC, etc. In this case here, he's getting the new XROR 1.3 package we talked about last week that Kieran released, but he had better update notes than I had at the time. So I knew that the main thing was that it actually will write back floppy writes so that when you quit XROR, it doesn't wipe out everything you did in a 3-hour programming session. which was my main feature. And basically after I read that, I didn't care about anything else. But he actually goes into a bit more of the details here. So he said it adds a no rate limit option to start at maximum speed if you want to overclock the living bejesus out of it. He mentioned some of the fixes that Tim Linder helped supply about fixing some bugs actually in the 6809 implementation with transfer and exchange. I think that was when using mismatched size registers that could transfer X to A or something like that. The way the real hardware was working on the 6809 was not the same as what XR was doing, so that's been fixed. He's got fixed delta density select by Phil Harvey Smith. Now, Phil's active in the Dragon community, so I'm assuming that has to do with the actual Dragon emulation stuff. Track floppy disk dirty state to avoid unnecessary image rewrites. So that has to do with the actual writing floppy images. Important, disk write back now defaults to enabled. That's very important because it fixes it. Better vertical scroll register behavior in the gimme, thanks to Ralph Serpis finding some issues. I'm not sure exactly what that exactly entailed. And the final one he's listing here is 609 timing fix for bit operations. I do remember seeing the discussion on this. So when you're using the bitwise stuff like store bit, load bit, AIM, OIM, EIM, TIM, which is for ordering stuff directly to memory with the value in one instruction rather than having to do multiple things. There were some problems with the emulated timing of how long those instructions take that was off. And if you're doing precise timing loops of doing weird video effects, that might become very important. So it's good to hear that it's fixed as well. I've downloaded the new Explorer 1.3 and I haven't hit any issues with it. It seems to be running fine. If 60 is still in the chat, I was going to ask him, is the online Explorer also updated with these fixes yet? Or is that something that is still forthcoming? And just looking in the chat here, it looks like 60 is actually responding a bit here. So the VSC stuff is how the gimme text mode scroll when you set values in the vertical scroll register. So obviously some of that had some issues that's been fixed. That's cool. And he also says, I think I've got it spot on now, but it was mostly fixed in 1.3. Cool. Next up after that is a little video here in the MM1 group, which has seen more stuff happening in the last 2 or 3 months. I think that it's seen in probably 5 years. So Joel Evie posted a quick video here, and he kind of does it as a bit of a teaser because he titles it as sneak preview, ? And it's showing an animated Avalon Hill microcomputer games company. Now, those of you that are cross-platform will definitely recognize Avalon Hill. They did a ton of war simulation style games and stuff, and they did several CoCo games too. They did Breakout of the OK Galaxy, VC, Viet Cong. There's an unofficial Telengard port that is based on the Avalon Hill game of the same name, and there's a couple others I can't remember off the top of my head. But this is on the MM1, so it's using an animated thing, and I will play that. You guys can take a look.
What's this?
And that's it. He doesn't actually show what game he's talking about. So I don't know if this means he's making a port or what exactly he's doing there. So I'm kind of curious.
He's teasing us.
Games. Yeah, he is. He's teasing / trolling us. But yeah, it kind of shows you like some of the color and some of the graphic specs you can do on and I think if I remember correctly, it actually uses Amiga file formats for a lot of its animations.
Yeah.
They were actually the same as the Amiga did. So I'm curious, Joel. I don't know if you want to like tease us a bit more, or if you actually want to announce something. But if you want to pop on the show whenever you're ready to announce something and kind of show it off, feel free. Definitely would like to share it.
We need some MM1 content on the show.
Yeah.
Be good.
Yeah, and some TC70 and System 4.5 if anybody still has those going too. My TC9, I mean, I could show it off, and I have brought it to CoCo Fest, but it's basically it's almost the equivalent of a repacked in a PC case CoCo 3. It has 8-bit DACs and 8-bit ADCs built in, so it's like a mono Orc 90. And the joysticks can read 8 bits, and it's got a better serial chip built into it, so you can run a serial mouse and a modem or whatever at the same time. But other than that, it's basically a CoCo 3, so it's not like groundbreakingly different like an M1 or a System 4 or 5 or TC70 was.
But it has the name.
Yeah, and it's also one I helped develop drivers for Frank, so I'm kind of proud of that part because we did a lot of expansion. Some of the stuff we did there first has come into Nitrous 9 now. Some of the stuff we experimented
Maybe you
with.
could demo it sometime.
Yeah, I did fest. The problem is mine is not that stable anymore. The hard drive's totally dead.
Well, it wouldn't be any different than anybody else showing anything.
Well, no, it's even more unstable than that. Nobody kept the drivers up because nobody had TC9s the last 15 years or whatever. So basically, I'd have to run like Nitrous 9 version 2, like 2000 era Nitrous 9. So a lot of stuff doesn't work. That's been updated since. And it's not that stable. It was crashing on me fairly often when I was at the show, just running a mouse pointer.
Was it fast though?
The hardware, because of the way the keyboard is an AT keyboard, interrupt driven, so it didn't have to pull the keyboard every 60th of a second. The mouse was serial interrupt driven, so it didn't have to pull that. So yeah, it was a little bit faster. And also Bill and I overclocked ours, so they're running at true 2 megahertz instead of 1.78. So we got an extra 11% boost there. So ours in particular were a bit faster. And the interrupt driven keyboard and mouse was a little bit faster, especially on G Shell. If you're running a high res interface, you'd really notice the difference running it on here.
Well, I'll tell you, for some of us that hasn't ever seen it, to even just have it come up and do a couple of things and then turn it off would be interesting.
Okay. You weren't at that fest when I had it there?
No.
Okay. It must have been the year after you came by then.
Could be.
Yeah, there's a few kicking around there still. I know Mark Marlette's still got one. Bill's old one, actually. And a few other people popped up now and then. Yeah, maybe I'll have to see if I can dig it back out and see if I can put it on camera if it runs long enough.
That would be a neat feature for our show.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give that some thought.
Okay.
And then also try to see if it's stable enough to even bring it up, because I haven't actually turned it on in about 3 years, so it might even be more unstable now for all I know.
Or maybe it fixes itself.
Yeah,
Like that
yeah, I've tried that on software. It never works.
It just got better.
Okay, so next up, we've got some MC10 stuff. The first couple here are actually from Jim Gary, but they're not game related. So that's something that not too often I get to say. But the first one here is a little graphic demo. Now, if you remember the competition for digging that Christmas star in as few bytes as possible, that was a cross-platform competition. I'm trying to remember the name of the darn thing. Logic Cur or something like that. So Greg Dion, the guy who did the MC10 basic compiler that Jim's used in a few of his games, did this one. It's a machine language, and I don't know if it's native machine language or if he did it with a compiler, but it's basically a twinkly graphics version is how Jim described it, using the 128 by 96 4-color graphics mode. So I thought it showed something pretty cool little animation for an MC10.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
and it
very
shows
nice
you
for
you
MC10.
can do some pretty decent graphic stuff in MC10 if you fiddle with ML, or if you got one of the new SDC upgrades with more RAM and extended basic added, you can actually do some pretty cool stuff in that thing.
Is that a 20K machine?
Yes. Well, actually, no, this might actually run on 4K because the graphics mode he's using only takes 3. You could theoretically have a program less than a K long that could actually kick in and do this. I'm not sure what the requirements in this one is. Anyway, that was kind of cool. And then he's doing his flag series. So this time he did Brazil. Just a semi-graphics thing. The fact that he can render you a recognizable flag for some of the stuff that actually has details like this little globe and stuff on it in semi-graphics 4, like 64 by 32 8 colors, is pretty impressive. And he's done, I think, 5 or 6 already in the series. And the last one's a bit of a different. It's him doing a hardware demo. So this is a little joystick thing made by a guy named Mark Dusk. I'm not familiar with him at all. And it's basically a 3-button, quote-unquote, joystick control. It's not really a joystick. This is more harkening back to early arcade days when you actually did movements of ships and stuff using buttons. If you remember Asteroids, you had rotate left, rotate right, thrust, fire. So what he's done here is he's basically, you plug this in the I/O port on the back of the MC10, and then you have to do a little bit of conversion on the programming here, but basically it's a unit with a...
Wait a minute. What's an I/O port?
I'm assuming he means the serial I/O.
Okay.
I'm guessing. I'm not sure.
Right.
He didn't go into too many details of it. But basically what he does here is he's rewritten one of his programs to use this. And basically it's a 3-button little mini controller that you plug in, which you'll see in the video shortly. And basically he's got 2 of the buttons as a left and right, and he's got a third as a fire button. So if you have something that either does a rotate left and right and fire or thrust or something like that, or basically a paddle style game, it kind of emulates, not quite, but it sort of emulates like keys being hit, like left, right arrow key and a space bar to fire or something like that. So he actually gets to use it. So I'll play the video. It's only a minute 20, so I'll just play the whole thing.
Okay, this is me using my new joystick for the MC10.
Guesting his dog in the background.
Okay, level 1. Yeah, my wife's laughing at me. Completely to be expected for somebody whose hobby is the MC10, I suppose.
He's doing pretty good holding the video. And
Yeah, he's trying to do one-handed while holding the camera in the other.
Doing good.
Seems to work great.
So he doesn't need an up and down?
This game doesn't know, and he was actually going to try to convert some other games to use this. Now, if it does plug the serial port, I don't see why you couldn't add in extra keys.
Anyway, my plan is to
make
find
a
as many
gamepad.
games as possible that you only use
job of blue tack on your
these 2
forehead for the
directions
camera.
and one fire
GoPro
button, and make them joystick ready, and maybe compile them to make them fast, so that some of the joystick users out there can have some joy. Anyway, thanks.
So I have no idea what this product is going to cost, or if this what's his name here, Mark Dusk, is planning on manufacturing these in bulk or just releasing, how do you make them yourself type thing. But it's kind of interesting just to have an actual joystick control. I think there was another joystick control for the MC10 way back that Ed Snyder did, I think. Moran, do you know?
I think he did make one, but I'm not sure what the button would, what it looked like. Just heard
Because that's
about
one thing the MC10 is missing is an actual joystick. I mean, you have to play on the keyboard, which depending on the game, and because the keys are so small for fat-fingered people, it's kind of hard to hit the right key. You might mash a
I'm
couple
going
of
to
times.
guess that halfway to a D-pad is about right, because a D-pad, it's not analog already, it's keys. So a D-pad would be perfect if you just pick which keys at D-pads. Right?
Yeah, hopefully, Jim, if you're listening to this here, if you want to pop on and kind of explain this in a bit more detail, like does it plug into the serial I/O port, or do you mean the expansion port somehow? I'm not sure. And how much programming changes does it require? It's not simple like Rick's, flip a switch and all of a sudden your alt and control are up and down arrows to make CoCo 1 and 2 compatible games like his key fix does. But I'd be interested to hear a bit more details on this, and also what does one of these things cost, just out of curiosity, because it might be if it's cheap enough and enough MC10 people get it, it might be worthwhile converting a lot of the games or even patching existing games, including machine language games, to use the control pad, or maybe make it a control pad with up, down, left, right, and fire or something like that.
Is there any more info down below?
Nope. Not really.
No.
Free button. Cool.
Yeah, no, it's interesting to see some further hardware development on the MC10, in addition to like the SD card reader and stuff, which is awesome. Speaking of which, we have Robert Sieg, who of course has done a fair bit of MC10 stuff too. So he's released this video here. I'm definitely not gonna play the whole thing because it's over half an hour long.
Now wait a minute. Why does his machine look funny?
What do you mean?
Keyboard's got a black bezel. The extended keyboard thing on top.
I think that's because it's got a CoCo VGA installed.
Ah, okay.
Which unfortunately at the current moment is on Obtainium. But basically what he's doing here is he's doing a half-hour presentation. He's coming up with his own menu program. Now we've seen another one. I think Greg Dion did it, or was it fellow Australian of Nick, Darren Ottery? One of the two, I think, did the original. So he's doing his own kind of menu system, and then he goes through and demos a bunch of features for it, as well as running some programs from it. And I won't go through everything because it's, like I said, it's a long presentation. And he gives you options of picking what type of things you want to do.
By Daz, you go in there.
Yep, so back it up just a bit more there.
It automatically loads that directory program.
So just to pause this here, because I don't know how well you can see this, but he's got a menu in front of where Daz is, which is the current file picker. If you're using one on MC10, you're probably used to. So he's got an options here, and I'll just read the 9 he's got currently here. He's got Direct Reviewer by RWS, which I'm assuming is Robert Sieg himself. Load a text viewing program, 128 by 96 drawing program, FSP version C, file browser by Daz, which takes them one where you can launch programs from. Run Jig Gary games, or if FSP running. I'm not sure what that is. To exit, press 7 or break. And then he's got 8 and 9 says warning about text viewing, warning about file browsers. He's got built-in help, basically. And it's kind of a front end in addition to, and these very early stages, he's actually soliciting, some suggestions if people try it on their MC10 and see if they have any suggestions for him. Ron, have you had a chance to try this? Or
Let's see. First is Directory Viewer by the.
There he showed off the Directory Viewer.
Select.
Here's looking at some.
See if I'm in the right place.
Subders.
Hold on. Whatever it is, I don't know what it is yet. I haven't visited this. Okay, so I do the right values in there, or you.
Here is showing off the one program we've shown off before, where it actually does graphical text on a graphic screen.
And
in this case here,
where that cursor's flashing,
he's actually showing. I probably picked the wrong spot to pause it at because it's all blurred now. But basically, he's doing a PMO 3 screen, so you're getting the full 128 by 192 resolution. But of course, an MC10 only has 4K map, so it actually will show some garbage and it also rewrap and display part of the screen again. But you can use it if you don't mind that, without having to modify it. If you modified it to be able to handle 8K natively, add that extra address line, then you can actually do a full PMO 3 or 4 screen without all the mucking around. But there's a few options there. Anyway, he goes through a lot of explanations of that. He goes through like some of his graphical editors that he's done, where you can create stuff. Here he was demoing some of the games that Jim Gary had done. He does his little tile sprite editor. Basically, if you want to see a lot of interesting things being done in the MC10, all in one big 34-minute long video, it's a pretty good video to check out. And it's definitely some work in progress. And he's taking suggestions and, would like to get some testing done by people that actually have MC10s to give it a run through and kind of give them some feedback on it. So if you have one, please do so. And then on the Facebook group, Robert Sieg also posted here, and he said, there's a fun little program. I challenge you to writing one. I call these a lot for a little. I don't have an MC10. I mean, obviously, but looking at the code here, there's some peaks and stuff that I'm pretty sure wouldn't map to the CoCo, and I'm not quite sure what they're doing, so there's no point me trying to type it in the CoCo to try. I don't know if anybody here got a chance to try it. It's a fairly small thing. It's only like 6 lines of code, 7 lines, 6 lines. So I'm kind of intrigued what exactly it is. And he's challenging others to write one, so I'm not sure exactly what he's doing there. Has anybody had a chance to try running this on an MC10 or MC10 emulator? I would take that as a no.
It's really fun, isn't it? What the heck?
Yeah, he's got several peaks going at peak 9, and he's checking certain bit patterns and stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah, what the heck?
And he's setting graphics like low res 64 by 32 graphics based on those peaks. Like, is that the keyboard rollover table or something? I'm not sure what that is. Anyway, if anybody gets a chance to try it before next week, report back because I'd love to know. On to some Dragon stuff. So 8-Bit Shack on YouTube uploaded a video where he tested Dragon 32 power supply unit that he found in a loft and had been sitting there for 30 some odd years. I'll play just a little clip of it because we haven't seen this channel before, just to kind of give you a feel for it, but I won't play the whole thing. That's got to be great for the audio only listeners.
Right, I've got the Dragon 32 power supply on my workbench. A couple of things to note about it. First of all, obviously because of its age, it has the old style UK 3-pin plug. I'm going to replace that a bit later. And this other thing is, which is a bit unusual, is it uses a 9-way D connector.
That always struck me as odd too, using a 9-pin, like it's the same type you'd have on a serial port or a joystick or something. And use that for the power? That's bizarre.
Connectors
60, if you're in the what's that?
Connectors are connectors. I mean, just
because... but why do you need 9 pins on a power supply?
Well, the Commodore 64, I think, has 5 and 8 on the 2 different versions. So
it's an off-the-shelf plug.
Yeah, that
doesn't
true.
fit into a serial port though.
Yeah, I just found that odd myself because basically you should only need what 3.
Well, but remember the
ground?
Brits would do things like there was Adam Sugar made a thing where half of the power supply was in the wall wart and half the power supply was in the computer. And if you unplug the wall wart from the computer went.
Waylon says the Dragon Transformer outputs 3 voltages. Yeah, so there's a plus, a minus, and a AC or something like that.
So you need 9 pins for that, of course.
Well, I think that's just a transformer.
2 transformers.
Yeah, so there's no plus and minus in there.
Well, for the 230, I think the RS-232 needs like a positive and negative. So there's a
There's
plus
probably
and a minus from
center
ground.
tapped.
Yeah.
Also, relating back to the MC10 program that Robert Sieg posted on Facebook, that Peak 9 thing, 60 says Peak 9 he thinks is for reading the free running counter. So like the timer command on Extended Basic on the CoCo and Dragon.
So and gives you a point in that free running counter. Okay, that makes sense.
Franklin Ayers of Retro Rewind says, first thing you learn in EE school, don't use a connector for power that isn't exclusive for power. Because then people will plug it into the wrong spot and blow stuff up. Anyway, go check that out. I mean, if you're interested in Dragon power supplies and stuff, but also just to give him a shout out for being a channel that I've not seen before. He's only got 1 subscriber right now, so I'm assuming he just started. So go show him some love, especially if you're in the Dragon
Quick,
community.
everybody, go sign up now.
What
wait.
this doesn't make it proprietary.
What's that, Ron?
It makes it proprietary where nobody, well, how do I make one of those up? Isn't like a wall wart off the,
I imagine you'd get a lot of smoke if you plug that into the back of a PC.
Anything else?
Yeah. Especially considering it's 230 volt or 240 volt?
Yeah, well, it still would be, 10, 12,
Not
19
the
volts.
computer side. Actually, 60 said 28 and 8, I think.
Yeah, but that would do wonders to the serial port on a PC.
Oh yeah, plus 12, minus 12, 28.
Close enough. Don't take hardware advice from me, please.
What we'll do is have a demo.
Watch us live. Let the smoke out.
Yeah. Let's just.
Ron's got enough spare PCs. He can try it on his.
Tell you what,
Why
since
not?
Franklin Harris is going to be our guest keynote speaker at Glenside this year, and he has this thing where he's done it at Boat Fest where he talks about really bad hardware blowups that users have done. How about if we just bring an old PC and plug one of these suckers into it, and then
There
see
you
if you
go.
can fix it on the spot?
Yep.
That'll be his challenge for the weekend.
It's the new segment. Ron took it out of his garage into his driveway to plug it in.
I don't have a fire extinguisher.
And next week we'll plug in a Tesla fast
That's
charger
right. Go to
into
the
a Dragon
driveway.
and see what it does.
There you go.
It'll burn out in the driveway. You'll be good.
Yeah.
Next up, we have an update from John Whitworth, of course, is in charge of Dragon Plus Electronics. We've talked about his health issues fighting off leukemia. And he said a quick update from me and Dragon Plus Electronics. I won't try to paraphrase it. I'll just read it out literally here. He's posted this to the CoCo group and the Dragon group on Facebook. But for those that are not on Facebook and are wondering what's happening with Dragon Plus Electronics, this will be the explanation for you. So for the audio listeners, here we go. A quick update on me and Dragon Plus Electronics. You'll no doubt have noticed that I still regularly post in here, and I think I did announce that Dragon Plus Electronics would have to close again temporarily. So here's what happened. Although it seems that my bone marrow stem cell transplant has been extremely successful, and thus the leukemia in my own bone marrow is very certainly now gone, I've been affected by a common transplant condition called gut GVHD. I won't go into the details. Those interested can look it up, but I remained under St. Bartholomew's care whilst they get things sorted. I'm not sure what that is, and I don't know if anybody in the panel does. So that's the health update bit. As a result, I'm not been able to progress Super Bob, but I have been working on something else that I mentioned over a year ago, the scaled down RGB board originally designed by Phil. That's Phil Harvey Smith. This has been a perfect hobby to undertake whilst out of action, so to speak, as it's taken PCB design from 2D to 3D, in that to keep it small, I have components on both sides of the main board. There will essentially be 2 parts, a 6847, the VDG chip adapter, This should enable the device to fit most CoCos and Dragons, and the main RGB logic board enabling a flexible fitting procedure. The output is designed to interface directly onto either a Dragon power supply unit board or a Super Sprite board, which works on the CoCo as well. But there will be an optional SCART adapter board for those who have neither. I've attached images of everything, and he's got some pictures here. So I hope he recovers from the side effect of his treatment, since he actually looks like they've gotten rid of the leukemia cancer, which is, the big thing. But glad that he's actually able to still do some design work, even though he's not, doing the project he originally was hoping to be doing at this point in time. So, yeah, I'm kind of curious what happens with this here. You can go check out the pictures of the schematic he's been doing up for this board. And best of luck to John on getting out of the hospital as soon as possible. Next up, we got a couple of updates. So Julian Brown's been working on duplicating, like Pedro Pena's done here in the States, was duplicating the Dragon 32 motherboard so they can remanufacture them if needed. And then 60, of course, has been doing the same thing on the Dragon 64 board, and they both have updates this week. So Julian's here and says another snag off the list. Joystick input is now linear, the culprit being one of the resistors in the DAC ladder. Turns out the 160K 1% resistor was actually a 161%. The result being anytime bit 1 of the DAC was set, it pushed the voltage near enough to max. I don't have any 160K resistors, but I've fudged together a couple of small resistors to get the desired rating. Ain't pretty, but it works. This almost sounds like Rick was reading this out loud. He said he still needs to test the cassette input and resolve why all the PAL padding is at the top of the screen instead of the top and bottom, or if that is just a misdiagnosis. So he's made some progress. He's gotten further along it. I know Kieran and him have been exchanging parts to help things out and helping each other out. So that was his update. And then Kieran himself here, you can see his Dragon 64 prototype board here. And he's got it to the point where he's actually playing his own game Block Down. So I'll play a little bit of that.
Nice.
And you see it's actually live running. He's actually playing the game. But one of the custom cards, I think it was Neil Blanchard made for it. And I know 60 of you wanted to say anything specific about where you're coming along in the project. I think you still have some testing to do too. Let's see if I made any note. Because basically he was waiting for some edge connectors in a reset switch, which he got from Julian, the guy who's doing the other board for the Dragon 32. So they're both making excellent progress. They both got to the point where the machines are starting to actually function properly. They're just minor things. There's still some testing to do on certain things that, like the cassette relay and stuff that Julian was mentioning. I'm not sure what's left to test on 60s. But good to hear that they're both making progress. So between them and Pedro Pena, we should be able to duplicate in fairly short time motherboards for the CoCo and its hardware cousins. So gradually filling them in. Now just need some MC10s, some TC9s, TC70s, M1s. I'll keep busy for years. And then the final story, which is also on the Dragon here, is Gareth Hamer. And he said Dragons did controllers then. And he shows a picture of a Dragon 32. And I'll zoom up the picture here for those. And you can see it's labeled this joypad with an actual Dragon logo. And that is the actual Dragon logo that Dragon Data used. And you can see that it matches the one on the Dragon 32 below it here. That's not an officially licensed or sanctioned or anything. They just happen to really like the logo. And since Dragon Data went out of business, they decided to use it. So I don't know. It was probably no trademark, or maybe when the company expired, the trademark disappears or something. I'm not sure how that works in the UK. But a few people said it's not one of the better controllers. I don't know too much about it, so I can't really comment on it. But that was kind of an interesting bit that somebody's stolen a logo because it looked so cool back in the 80s. They're reusing it again in the 2020s.
And they've changed it just enough. The wings are a little shorter. It's not quite the Dragon logo.
Pretty darn close. I mean,
but we're clear.
It's like cloning arcade games. Muncher Man, other than that, it's identical. Anyway, that's the end of the news for today.
Okay.
And we're just waiting for Mark to wake up. Usually it's Nick I have to wait for.
Gotta get my feet
Well, Nick is probably still moving too.
So Curtis, it is Pedro Pena, right?
What do I keep saying?
Pedro Brian Wolf says Yeah, Pedro Peno.
Did I say
Pedro
Peno? Oh,
Pena.
my apologies. I should just call him
Pedro
Rocky
Pena.
Hill. I can pronounce that.
There you go.
Pena.
I'm also making Mark feel better because usually it's Mark that does the mispronunciations of people's names. So
Oh, I'm
there,
good.
you're not the only one.
I'm good at the mangle.
And Ken's been kept warm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, he's got a sleeping cat in his lap there.
Okay.
You're muted, Ken.
Yeah, but then he has to move.
I muted so that you wouldn't hear my snores.
Or
Oh, we woke the cat up.
How long have we been on now?
3 hours and 15 minutes, I believe.
4 hours, 15 minutes.
Was it 4 hours and 15?
So what the timer says down here.
4. Yeah, it's 4.
Okay.
So
In that case, Rob, we will have to hold off your little demo, I think, till next week. I don't want to make it a final.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay, reschedule Rob.
What's the demo of?
He's been doing some installs of programs that I have not had a chance to check, so they're not on EOU, but he's found a few that actually don't need any mods. So he wanted to show off a few of them, including some third-party stuff a lot of people have not seen.
Yep.
Nice.
No rush.
Oh, well, all for next week.
Yeah. Well, we had two guests here, and that
Indeed.
was kind of a last minute. I didn't realize Chris was going to be on until this morning. So thanks to our two guests, Jim Rye and TGB Chris, for coming on and having the brief, this is your life interview.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was great to be here.
So what do you say we do one more commercial break and then we'll say our goodbyes?
Sounds good. There's some
Okey-dokey.
new commercials
Push
in
button,
here.
Frank.
Well, I kind of shuffled them up a bit.
Okay.
All right, now Zoom.
Roll the B-roll.
So Zoom, what are you going to do to me now? All right.
Run.
Hi, this is Rick Adams, author of Temple of Ram and Shanghai, and I, like you, am a citizen of the CoCo Nation.
This is not the Joey cereal switch. This is the Joey cereal switch. Control up to 3 cereal devices. Order yours today at cocoman.biz.
The music is back. A mini Maestro available now, only from Retro Innovations. Go the number 4 retro.com.
For many a year, peace has reigned throughout the realm. In the forest, nothing but ruins of an ancient fortress remain to fuel the myth of the evil wizard. Tales of your ancestors' quest are met with laughter. Mockery follows your warnings. But you know what awaits.
Are you ready?
Okay, that was number 3. I'm thinking I want to shuffle them up a little bit each week, so we can rotate all those different bumpers we got.
Yeah, and I'm expecting we're going to be getting some more too. So,
Of course, we need some commercials too.
Yeah, I think we've got Frank sent in a commercial, I believe, that we've used, and Nick's got the new one now too. But yes, people like Redbeard / Paul Thayer should put some out advertising, say his itch.io page. CoCo Games. Rick Hewland, you could do one for Connect. And
I got no skills. Who can help me?
Skills.
Okay, let's see. I guess this is the part where we wave goodbye and push the button.
Sounds good.
Bye, everyone. See you next week.
See you next
Thank
week.
you for joining
Bye.
us. Hopefully the train didn't hit you.